Okay, hello, and I am excited that I actually woke up to catch this first board because this is crazy. I wish we had seen most of the play, but we have two hearts redoubled in the green room on the left, and north-south have taken 8 tricks, but east-west are the ones declaring. So that's not going to be a particularly good result for them. In the blue room, Declare has ended up in a bit of a sketchy 5-2 spade fit. System win once again. We can be confident of that. The diamond spots are quite nice for north-south. So yeah, I was curious whether or not Olivia would adopt a line similar to what it looks like she's doing, which is just going to be to bang spades down from the top and concede a spade trick to the defense, use the second club to pitch a heart loser from the north hand, and then play a diamond to the 9, basically. She will still end up losing 2 diamond tricks in the end, given the 5-1 break, as long as Chris Vilenkin does not split his honors. But that'll be 10 tricks for Declare. So, even more now if she puts in the Queen of Hearts, because now she'll be able to pitch a diamond on the Ace King of Clubs. Doesn't cost the contract, only an over trick in this spot. But wow, what a swingy first board. I'm sad to say that we didn't get to see the auction in the green room to 2 hearts redoubled, but 2,200, gonna be hard to make that up despite north-south bidding and making game here. So that'll be, what is it? 1750. What is that, like 18 imps or something? You're back?
I am back. Now I need to find the window here because I'm not very good at browsers. Here we go.
Okay, so
18 imps. Wow.
yeah.
What did I miss?
Well, you can take a look at the contract in one room, and that might tell you all you needed to know.
Wow. Um,
So board 2,
it
what?
doesn't seem like it should have been entirely necessary to go for 2200.
No,
Maybe it was.
probably not. I came in the middle of the hand, so I didn't really see the play or anything.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I guess actually the defense has like 10 tricks fairly
Yeah,
easily. Two
yeah.
hearts, ace, king of spades in a rough, ace, queen of diamonds, ace, king of clubs. Jeez. All right, well that was exciting.
It really was. And maybe we'll see a bit more of a tame hand on the
Yeah.
second board. Both sides reaching for spades rather quickly.
So it's I think my prediction that this is going to be a half day outing for the Dinkin team is looking more and more likely. Sorry, I need to put you on hold again for 1 minute here.
Okay. Well, Dinkin has been accustomed to playing 6-segment matches, so the prediction of them playing another 6-segment match is probably going to be fairly accurate, although it will not result in the same success that they've had in the previous couple of days. So Declare and 4 spades in both rooms, I think should be comfortably making their contracts. In this green room, Declare now just has the ability to start cross-ruffing the entire hand. And should wind up with, it looks like 10 tricks, can now ruff a club, and will have 2 top spades, as long as she doesn't get greedy for the match point line of play. If she roughs a diamond with the jack of spades, she's going to get in trouble. Uh-oh. Ace of diamonds. I mean, two plays from her hand will make the contract. She can either discard her club or ruff with the spade ace. She ruffs with the jack of spades. South will be able to overruff and pull trumps. But no, this is a much stronger line of play. Ruffs with the ace of spades. Will now ruff with the king of spades and has to concede the last trick, but that's still a game been made. So Amber Lynn in the other room declaring the same four-spade contract gets a heart opening lead from South. I didn't see what Migri ended up leading in her room. I like the heart lead. Generally, I prefer to be somewhat aggressive on my opening leads because I think developing tricks in our suits is the best chance to make a contract. And Sam has a 9 count. He doesn't necessarily expect those partners completely broke, and you can see that partner also has 9 over here. So
Migri actually led a diamond, probably as the most passive thing in her hand, which worked out, just fine. Although nothing really is going to matter for the defense here.
Right. Yeah. Amber's still thinking about it. I mean, I think Declare played all 13 tricks in the time that Amber has been looking at the dummy in the other room.
It's there's some work to do here with 2 heart losers and at least 2 club losers and possibly more if the ace is offside as it is. So certainly understand why she's when she's considering everything. And obviously spades are 2-2, you're going to be in good shape, but there's still a lot of timing involved here.
Right. I mean, it feels pretty natural to play this hand on like a cross ruff line. So ace king of hearts, ruff a heart, lead a club up towards the king is probably the first plan. The fact that South to avoid this cross ruff problem from Declare would have to give up his spade queen, I think is particularly difficult. It looks like if South just led spades at every opportunity, like trick 1, opening lead, which would never happen, but maybe if he gets in with both of these clubs and leads spades, it could present some problems.
Maybe, yeah. Declare is going to have just 6 spades and 2 hearts to start with on that start.
Yeah. Well, Sam does cross to partner's queen of clubs to get a spade through, but it looks like this is not going to be enough. Amber can just win the king of spades and dummy, ruff a diamond. Oh, wait, hold on, maybe this is enough.
Yeah, so if she wins, so she can win the king of spades, I think she's okay, right? King of spades, ruff a diamond, ruff a heart, ruff a diamond. Sam's following to all of these. Ruff a club, he's still following, right? He never gets a chance to pitch anything. Ruff a diamond. Yeah, and then when you play a club, Sam is just going, you can just cash the ace of spades, and that's that. You end up compressing the defense's spade and club trick at trick 13. I'd put it a different way. Amber could take, I believe, 5 spades in her hand and 2 ruffs and dummy.
She can get 5 spades in her hand?
I think so, right? King of spades. This trick, 3 diamond ruffs in her hand. That's the jack, 8, and 7, and she'll solve the ace. And the 2 ruffs and dummy that Sam has to follow to.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah, okay. So I think that's what I was counting.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like it looks a little weird, and obviously it's lucky that Sam has exactly the right shape to make this work.
Mm-hmm. Well, we completely missed board 3 in the green room, but it was a 2 of a major contract making 4 for East-West, something they've been doing quite a lot of in this match. and that's not going to help
Mhm.
them pick up those imps.
Yeah, although it's not I don't think it's a great contract here. They're in a weak 7 card fit. As we'll see in a moment when it comes up on the screen on the right side.
Well, it could be an eternity. I guess. I guess we'll let Amber think. I, it's a little strange to me to be thinking now because I
It's hard to imagine that it's right to win the ace of spades. Putting in the jack we can see as irrelevant, but she really needs those two roughs and dummies. So what could she be thinking about here?
right, yeah. It I don't know. It just feels very natural to run this around to the king and take the diamond ruff and then
Yeah.
you know at least ruff a club. She does stick in the jack. I mean, this feels weird to me because if Sam didn't have the spade queen, rather than lead a club to his partner's queen, he would have just switched to spades himself. Um,
There's that. And if the jack holds, it doesn't even help you because you still need these two roughs, which is going to promote a trump trick back.
right. Yeah.
So, just win the king and maybe hope to take down a queen doubleton later. But, if the jack holds, you haven't like it feels like something good happened, but actually nothing good happened.
Yeah. So okay, I was curious whether or not
Oh,
Amber would do this. She has to guess
yeah. Well,
what
that's
Sam's round card is.
yeah. So now she's just going to be down.
Yeah. Sam gets to rough in and return a trump, which will leave him with the queen of hearts. Not a particularly trivial hand to play. I didn't follow the first couple of tricks in the green room, but Declare had a much, much easier time um, given the position that she had reached after a few tricks. So, also, wasn't Sam's heart known? Sam had led the 8 of hearts, right? He had queen 10 8 fourth.
Um, Correct.
So he played the 8, then a low 1, and then he played the 10. Declare should know that's not how he would play from 10 third. But okay.
Yes. Yeah, he did
Well,
have enough information to get that right.
yeah. So blue room, you said 4 spades not a great contract. I mean, the spade interiors look quite nice. I don't expect them to bid it.
Yeah, but it's like, obviously, things lie well with the spade 3-3, but they lead a club, they get in with the spade honor, they tap you, they get in with other spade honor, they tap you again. The hand can just fall apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I guess maybe
true.
it can't fall apart that much because you do have ace king queen of diamonds and ace king of hearts, so they're not going to have a lot of winners after that happens. But you know, it feels a little tenuous.
Well, I wonder if they don't lead trumps, can we just start cross ruffing?
I mean, the diamonds being short in front of the queen jack of spades is going to help you because when you play the queen of diamonds, south can ruff, but that doesn't really help.
Right.
So you can probably score both the queen jack of spades and still have all 5 years in your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some line of play, such as when whatever the opening lead is, unblock the club ace, unblock the ace king of diamonds, probably cash the king of hearts, and then like ruff a club, queen of
Hmm.
diamonds, diamond ruff, and that feels like a pretty normal plan. I mean, if we were in 4 spades, obviously in 2 spades, Chris is probably just going to be happy to try and pull trumps, which
Hmm.
it looks like is what he's doing.
Yeah, and as it is, I think he's still going to do pretty well. Like he'll concede a diamond at some point, and he might even get away losing the ace king of spades in that one diamond.
Yeah.
Or actually, here maybe he's gonna try to rough a diamond. That seems
I think he's just unblocking because he wants to
yeah,
pull a second trump and then
right.
make
Yeah,
sure
you're
that
right.
he, doesn't end up losing the diamond queen because the suit
Hmm.
gets blocked.
Yeah,
Um,
you're right.
so North can
So
now
maybe
switch to a
North will.
diamond if
Hmm.
if she's worked out what's going on and collect two
Yeah,
more defensive tricks. But no.
this seems odd.
Well, it depends who has the last trump, right? If Chris ended up with the last trump, then Olivia playing a
Oh, right,
diamond
where
would, yeah,
West is concealed. That's true.
yeah. But okay, same 10 tricks as in the other room, and no swing on that board. We have quite the auction developing in the green room, so East opened a club, South bid two clubs majors, and Ron Smith in the West, favorable, jumps to 5 diamonds with his 8 card diamond suit, no defense whatsoever.
Yeah, so this is down two if he can guess the spades if he is left to play here doubled, which I think he probably will be.
Yeah. So Andrew Rosenthal probably, if he knew his partner had a decent hand, would have doubled himself, despite having fits in both
Mhm.
majors, but he doesn't really know whose hand it is, so he passes. South ends up doubling.
Yeah, so double dummy north south can make five hearts, but they're going to be very happy just to get 300 here.
Yeah. I suspect they probably would make 5 hearts. You just have to play opener for both the club ace and the spade king.
Um, yeah, exactly. Just lead the queen of spades through east and hope for the best.
Yeah. Ooh, we also missed the auction in the blue room. So yeah, we'll leave Ron over there to his down two. It looks like probably not more, but we'll keep an eye on that. So in the blue room, they get to four spades doubled. The other table ended up in four spades undoubled and did go down a trick. We get a high diamond lead from North, and it feels natural to switch to a heart, right? Looking at that ace king third of
Mhm.
clubs and dummy, but that is going to open up the heart suit for the declarer.
Not even sure it matters, right? Can't you just end up if he doesn't do that, can't you just end up M playing south on the third round of clubs?
Yes, after stripping the diamonds. Yeah, you could do that. But I mean, declarer to try and make his contract might try the club finesse. It's not
That's
100% clear that South has to have the club queen.
right. Although you can also, so if North, let's say North shit does, I mean, North, it's not like North has any great thing to do here, right?
Well, I
Can
mean, North could
you,
shift to a club, right? That would be the
right?
double dummy plan for North South.
Yeah, although that might end up being a little revealing for Declarer too.
Yeah. But we'll see. I think this is just going to go down one, is my suspicion. Um, but yeah, we do get
Well,
the Jack of Hearts shift, which I think is completely reasonable and normal.
y-
And
yeah,
and now
yeah,
Declarer
certainly.
will. I presume Declarer now is just going to play for a show up squeeze and clubs and diamonds. After South continues hearts.
Yeah, I think North, certainly took the simplest route to try to go plus here.
Yeah, I was going to say South needed to be a little careful because if Sam had continued a low heart back, maybe being worried that his partner's Jack of Hearts was from Jack 10 Doubleton, then Chris could have won, ran the spade suit, and South would have been strip squeezed, and he would actually make
Mhm.
it. So Sam does well to cash the Queen of Hearts.
don't think it's possible, but I think that would be playing Chris who started with a four card hard suit, which can't be too likely.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. So Sam probably did pretty well to reason that out. So ace of spades, spade to the queen.
Draw trumps, lead to jack of clubs, and
No, he's
lose
definitely
three.
gonna run the spade suit.
Oh, I see. You're playing for the strip squeeze, right? Or
Yeah,
the show up squeeze, yeah.
yeah. Show up squeeze. Sorry, not strip squeeze. Did I say strip? I probably did.
No, no, you said it right. Then you mentioned South getting strip squeeze on a different line of play, and yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a convenient thing that you can do. I would say this is an infrequent way to gain an extra trick. It just happens to turn the hand completely face up on the table so that you don't have a lot of guesswork to do. Um,
Right, and given that North is 100% to have the Ace King of Diamonds, there's no reason not to play it this way.
right. Yeah.
So another three imps to Dinkin, which I believe if they keep up this pace will be enough if they can win three ups aboard for the rest of the day.
180 approximately. I guess it's 165
Well,
now.
right.
Yeah.
So they would just nip Rosenthal at the wire.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if it continues. I mean, it's
Boring
possible.
plus 18 result.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible
Close
on
close
board
match. We
five.
won by 18.
Right. um,
So
I
I
don't.
predict this will.
Do you think it'll go the same at this table? I don't think
No,
Chris
I
is
was
gonna
about
be.
to say I predict this will. I was about to say I predict this will go along different lines, but who knows? I mean, five diamonds is a good practical bid. The fact that the most conservative player in the match took it suggests to me that it's probably just the normal action.
Mm.
And what do you do as West, right? Like what other number of diamonds really makes sense?
Well,
You know, two seems kind of silly. Three and four, it's not totally clear that they mean this kind of hand. Five at least is sort of right in direction and, definitely right on values.
yeah. Well, we'll see what Chris does. I think you're probably right that if you think about it for a little while, then five diamonds might become the standout because alternatively, like, I guess there's pass, right? But the issue with pass is that this might just be your hand in a diamond contract.
Well, I think there's also a very, very good chance that it's your hand for a save against four of a major when your majors are, too little in stiff jack.
Yeah,
You sort of like obviously the club finesse loses here, but this club finesse probably is 75%, right?
yeah,
I look, the clubs are 5-2 that way, and North does have some values, so it's not at all unreasonable to think that you have no club loser here.
right.
And in fact, like five hearts, you have to be slightly careful to play. Four hearts is completely trivial to make.
Mm-hmm.
So, even with the 4-1 Trump split you know, and then the spades being a little weak from Declare's point of view.
Right. I mean, the big key to making 11 tricks and hearts is that East West diamonds are divided 8-2, so they can only tap Declare once, and East is the one with both of the other entries. But if Declare got to that contract on this auction, they would make it because they know about the 8-2 diamond split from the start.
Yeah, I mean, you also need you need West to be short in heart so that because obviously when hearts are 3-2, it doesn't really matter. But here, you don't get to like you need to cross to dummy to continue playing on spades to finesse East out of the jack before trumps are fully drawn.
Now that I'm looking at it, there's only one entry to the north hand in five hearts.
So, so you mean because they need to play on both clubs and spades from there?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think they can end play east at some point, right? Like you draw 400 from, like actually having double dummy, you can play, I think, like win a diamond lead, cross to the ace of hearts, ruff a diamond, finish drawing trumps and play a spade to the queen. Maybe that's not good enough because they play ace in a club and you've still got a spade stranded.
yeah. You do need to lead twice from
I
dummy.
think you, no, I think you can do it. How about this? So diamond to the ace.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you play um hmm. So you cross the dummy and play a club up? That's not good enough. I was thinking that you might be able to strip squeeze east. Maybe that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it doesn't work if you need the entire spade suit to run. And if you give up a spade trick, then you don't have the right number of losers. Or I guess maybe
Well,
more sensibly, you don't have an exit card. Like there's no way to make five hearts north south. Um,
all right. Well, how about this double dummy?
okay.
Diamond lead to the ace,
Yeah.
heart to the ace,
Uh huh.
rough a diamond,
Okay.
spade to the queen. Does that work?
Okay.
No, he
So
can get out with ace another club.
yeah, yeah. There's just
I
nothing the
think,
player can
yeah,
do.
yeah,
Um,
it's true.
But anyway, we are not in that contract, so five diamonds doubled. Declare is going to have the same spade guess as they did in the other room, and presumably they will get this one right. Um,
Yeah, I think so.
but we have another five of a minor contract in the green room over here, so let's take a look at that. It seems that North South found a spade
Misty.
fit, East West found their club fit, and East West apparently had more values than North South. So five clubs doesn't look like it's gonna make. Declare does have two spade losers, despite the opponents not taking them off the top, and the King of Diamonds is offside. I wonder if this was a good save against four spades. North South weren't in four spades, but it could be that that's what West was thinking when he bid five clubs. Because Queen Doubleton of Spades does not look like a particularly attractive holding to try and play five of a minor.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and see what the full hand was.
Yeah. Um, North gonna feel a little bit unplayed. He does continue a spade to his partner's ace here. I suspect South is just going to switch to hearts, but I could see her putting a diamond through. That four of spades return is probably suit preference, something worth noting.
Hmm.
But she also definitely knows that just like switching to the Jack of Hearts is completely safe, and so she tries that. Declare probably pretty happy with this, although, after winning the Heart Queen, she's going to try the Diamond Finesse, and that's going to fail.
Yeah. Yeah, from South's point of view, a diamond trick can't go anywhere, but you know, so there's no reason not to just do this ultra safe thing.
Right.
All right, so in the other room, we have a push in this five diamonds contract.
Yep.
Looks like Yoko just asked what was happening in the diamond suit.
Yeah, so North South appear to not be making four spades, although maybe it's double dummy to find the defense. You need to get to the west hand and then put a heart through to go heart to the queen, ace of hearts, heart ruff, before declare pulls trumps.
I think that's findable, right? Because East will lead a high club, definitely. They'll seed a singleton, so they'll seed a singleton, they'll seed a weak hearts and dummy, so they'll probably shift to a diamond because what else could you really do? And West has nothing to do but put the doubleton heart through.
Oh, actually, that's
I think you
five
might,
tricks, isn't it? So four
yeah,
spades is
I think
down two.
he'll fall into the winning. I think
Yeah.
he'll just fall into the winning defense though.
Yeah. Okay, we missed board 6 in the green room, so let's take a look in the blue room just to get a sense of what's going on that board. In there, West was able to play in one spade, which ended up making an overtrick, but here we are already a little bit higher in the auction. One no trump by South, 10 to 12. West able to overcall two spades, spades and a minor, and that probably won't end the auction. I think East is going to preference to the minor suit, and they will end up in 3 diamonds here.
Yeah, I think in the other room, if you're sitting south, you open a heart, it goes a spade, pass back to you. You just don't really have anything to do but sell out.
Right.
So
Yep.
it seems kind of normal.
Yeah, so 3 diamonds, a bit of a different contract. I mean, it's kind of a shaky 4-3 fit, but declare with a bunch of winners in the other suits.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to be pretty happy to just cash some tricks and start roughing things.
Yeah, notice when West leads a queen of clubs, North is probably just going to cover this, and that makes things incredibly easy.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because if Declare had to decide if he was taking the club finesse immediately, he would probably say no. South is the one who opened a no trump, despite it being 10 to 12. I mean, might still have.
Yeah, I mentioned one spade.
Yeah.
Like in one spade, like North lead something, probably presumably their singleton heart, right? And at some point West will be in, they'll put the queen of clubs on the table and like good luck North playing low on this trick.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think it's just impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like Declare could have Queen Doubleton and is planning to run this, so you can't really afford to duck.
Right.
But
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. So, but of course that unblocks the suit, gives Declare the access to the jack of clubs. So it's a 2-trick swing.
Excuse me. Yeah, for sure. Well, in 3 diamonds, I mean, Declare is going to be going down now. North-South have taken the first 3 tricks, and North has at least 2 natural diamond tricks coming in. And it looks like this is going to end up being down 2. North-South are going to come to 2 more diamonds, but Declare's spades at this point are high. So I suspect Chris is just going to duck a diamond now, win whatever the return is, go ace of spades, spade ruff, and then pull trumps. And that looks like that's his plan. So down 2, I mean, a bit of a swing. We could call it a system win, and I will continue doing so for the Dinkin system. 10 to 12 no trump.
I mean, it kind of is. All right, well, this is certainly going to simplify Declare's task here. And now we can just play high spades.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 to 12 no trumps were popular for a while, and the world has certainly given up on the method, but even against experts as here, sometimes you just like trap them into getting to a bad spot, and certainly against less experienced opposition it can be very hard for a weaker opponent to adapt to what's going on.
Right. It's worth noting that, I mean, Chris obviously had a penalty double available and chose not to use it. He had a fairly strong hand. I mean, it was 15 with a singleton queen. So you just kind of have to use judgment in those spots. Do you want to double and suggest penalties despite having a good spade suit of your own that is biddable, or um, or do you want to just bid your suits?
Yeah, I think also one thing that has to be going through Chris's mind is they might have a spade game, so, you know, a penalty might not make up for that.
Yeah,
Like, you catch a party with Jack fourth of spades and like a somewhat okay seven count or something. You might just have playable four spade spot.
yeah, definitely. Um, and he was
One
vulnerable,
big, yeah,
so
exactly. Yeah.
well, four hearts been made in the green room on board 8, and I think we caught the tail end of the play, or at least I caught the tail end of the play in that. Declare was put to a diamond guess and guessed the suit correctly. So that could be a good result for Rosenthal over there. We'll have to see when the blue room catches up. Here in the blue room, we have this kind of 5 club hand that we saw earlier in the green room. The auction rather quickly developed, where East West found a club fid and bid to the 5 level.
The usual one club opening from North.
Right, could be anything. Oh, this is an
So why is
enormous
this
alert.
so why is this not suitable for one spade? Do you remember? Because I thought one spade was a potential canopy, but also natural. Does that guarantee 13 highs or something?
Yeah, interesting question. I don't know. I do not have their system notes, so I'm not sure why one spade would not be the choice. I think it shows 4 plus, but I don't think that would be a concern for declare, or not declare, for North.
Right. Well, she has five, so she meets that requirement.
Right. Yep. All
Maybe
right.
there's some implication of being unbalanced when you open a spade. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
And I
one
guess you don't
club.
play 10 to 12 no trumps here. No, it's just 13. I see. I don't know. I'm very
I
confused.
well
No, she has
well
11. Yeah. What?
everything. No, she has 13. Everything's
Oh, you're right.
different when partners a passed hand.
Oh, God. Of course it is.
Well, like the ranges have to change because they're opening like all 8 counts.
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. Hard to believe there's like 140 imps.
yeah.
So, not totally clear what this redouble is. Probably just card showing.
Card showing feels weird when partner has showed a natural club suit and all of his cards are in clubs. Well, and diamonds,
Yeah,
but
maybe this is how they, synthetically cubed.
hmm. That's true. You can't cubid North's suit because North hasn't showed a suit yet. So, Chris going above and beyond to alert his redouble.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's values. I see. Yeah,
I,
values, and he didn't have a qubit available, so there you go.
yeah, look, East, East and South are just like abbreviating everything in their explanations, and North and West are just writing like chapters of a novel for for their bid
Yeah, well, I
descriptions.
think Yeah, like, I think at this point, Chris has probably already mentally started booking his flights, and I know, North. I think probably like having had to play this ridiculous system for a week is probably over it as well.
Yeah. So East West have done well in the blue room. They get to 4 clubs. Declara shouldn't have an issue in that contract. Let's take a look in the green room at what's happening in this 3 spade contract. So East West have found a spade fit, it appears, and I mean, down. North does have 2 remaining aces to cash, so that would be 5 tricks for the defense. Looks like that's all that's going to be taken. Because if South continues clubs, West, it seems like, is planning to run this round to the 10. And... okay, yeah, looks like that's exactly what's about to happen. So now Declare will be able to get over to his hand twice to lead hearts up towards the king-queen.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a few work emails. Was not totally watching here, but
Okay, 8 tricks for Declare. 3 spades down 1. You know, it's a little sad when your side elects to kind of cubit. I'm a little surprised by East's decision to cubit. I mean, she has a passed hand, but the 9 count with king queen third of the opponent's suit is, and 4 triple 3. What was it? Also 3 small trumps. So a lot of negatives for the hand.
yeah, does seem a little optimistic. I mean, obviously, she upgraded her King Queen of Hearts, knowing they were well placed, but of course, they're tricks, but they're not really contributing values. I think it's vulnerable also in a match when you're behind. Maybe this is a decent spot to be aggressive and just hope that you can stumble into win 10.
Mm-hmm. Well, board 10, green room. So we've got a diamond opener, a spade by West. East electing to raise with 3-card support. Not particularly crazy. You kind of want to have a plan when you open a diamond if your partner bids a heart or a spade. So she's elected to rebid 2 spades. And this is kind of like a style thing.
It's kind of an old-fashioned approach to this hand. I think most players these days would just say that the balance texture is more important than the lack of a hard stopper in bid and no trump.
Yeah. Yeah. But it is kind of important to make sure that if you are raising to 2 spades on these kinds of hands, you want to play some sort of artificial 2 no trump in the West to diagnose whether or not you have a true 8-card spade fit. Here, Ron Smith just honestly making a very weird choice.
I think Ron is evaluating, well, partly it's state of the match, and he's also evaluating his hand. I think he's expecting a virtually guaranteed 9-card fit. I don't think he would make this kind of bid if he thought that East would often have a hand like the one she actually does.
Right. Yeah, that's a fair point, because King empty 5th is expected to lose at least 1 trick opposite a 3-card holding, but King empty 5th opposite a 4-card holding could easily have 0 losers, if partner has ace 4th. So...
right, and also, a couple of extra winners, too, if you catch your partner, with a doubleton heart like he has here, but just 1 extra trump.
Right. So
meanwhile, this is not a horrible spot with both clubs lying on side and partner having the perfect diamond holding for you.
Yeah, East does
I think he's going to make this.
Well, how are we playing it?
So I think he's going to duck a heart here.
Yep.
And then North will probably tap him. Maybe you lead a club then. And it feels like, if North, like on the 4th heart, if North throws up with the jack, South is still only going to take 1 trump trick because you've got that 8-7 in front of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess South is roughing with a natural on the 3rd club.
Right. And North can't promote anything because South's spots are just a little bit too weak.
Yep. Yeah, turns out Ron was correct.
And this is certainly one where you're happy that that West is declaring and not East.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a tricky hand to play, but it does look like Declare might end up making this. I mean, we're not there
I think he
yet.
might have needed to play. I think he might have needed to play another club there. Maybe not.
Well,
Can he play
I
ace of
mean,
spades, spades to the ace club?
yeah, he's just planning
Or
on hooking the club again, so he's going to lose a heart, a club, and a spade.
yeah, but can it go ace of clubs, club rough, and then a heart to untap? Wait.
Oh, oh, North could have just ducked this trick, right? He needed to lead the nine of clubs there. It feels a little weird to
I
not
think
lead the
it.
nine of clubs.
Yeah, it does. Although,
Oh my god, wait, I've miscounted. Apparently Ron has also I just
yeah,
assumed Ron was doing something intelligent, but no, of course he just has a
no.
spade and a heart to lose. What is he doing? Why did he
I
just go
think if
down?
he had played, I think if he had played more clubs earlier, he would have been okay.
Well, yeah, of course, of course. But I thought he was just like came up with a safe line of play where all he needed was 3-2 trumps and the club queen on side. No, no, that this was a very delicate hand that he needed to time well, and it looks like he
Mhm.
has mistimed it. So that's gonna feel a little sad, you know, especially if you're the team that's behind and you bid to a game that I suspect the other table won't reach.
Right.
Really important to play the hand to the best of your ability and try and make it.
Well, I think
So,
he did play the hand to his best of his ability.
okay. All right. Well, that's a little sad then.
Yeah, it was hard, but yeah, having gotten off to a good start, he also like it's a tricky hand and he played it fairly quickly after getting off to this good start. Maybe there's a lesson in there too.
Yeah. Yeah, some hands are more important than others to spend time on. And that's why you have a round clock. And I mean, they're on board 11 out of 15. They still have
Yeah,
over an hour
time trouble is
left.
not going to be an issue here.
Right.
At least not in that room.
Not in that room, but in the blue room it might be. Um, so in the blue room, I mean, we do see another bit of the Sam Dinkin special auction. They bid to four
Uh,
hearts after North opened some five hearts, four card minor type hand, or some sort of normal heart, preempt slash intermediate two heart type thing.
well, I mean that. Yeah, that's just a horrible, horrible method. Like you just can't have your two level openings be ambiguous as to whether you have a six card suit or a 5-4. There's just not enough room to sort it out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It does
I mean,
seem
that's
as
like,
if
Pentunas played that way, but they were cheating. That made it a lot easier.
sure. I mean, it does seem as if Dinkin's system has been created specifically for constructive auctions and under the assumption
Mhm.
that his side has game on every hand. Because obviously, like if your partner
Yeah.
opens two hearts and you get to make this two spade game forcing relay and then have partner pattern out, it's not so
Right.
bad. But you can't do that on every hand.
Right.
So Declare got to the same position, had the same diamond guess that they had in the other room, and ended up guessing the diamonds correctly to make four hearts.
So this is the one where Yoko made an aggressive cubit and got a level too high on a hand that Wesker just passed out. I mean, also notice kind of interesting. Didn't it go three passes to a spade in West and North overcall two hearts rather than opening a weak two hearts in first seat? Am I?
Yeah,
Yeah, that seems like unusual choice of sequences. I mean, presumably he looked at his side ace and his broken heart suit and said, "Well, I have two flaws. I don't open a weak two." But I think that's a fairly outdated view these days.
yeah, for sure. So we will see a bit of a different auction in the blue room. North gets to open a heart with her hand.
Yeah, I think if I were not allowed to open two hearts, I would certainly open one heart regardless of my system.
Yep. And so a heart pass, South will bid something. Depending on what the system allows him to do. Looks like a no trump is pretty normal. West, of course, going to pass. Red on white. No reason to come in with two spades. Two hearts by North. And
So,
I wonder if this just ends the auction.
I think this probably will. I mean, Wes is gonna obviously like suspect that he's being stolen from, but I don't see how he can, how he can comfortably act here. Like at match points, maybe you would just, he does.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be based on whether or not North South have denied spades at some point on this hand. One of the other things is he's played a lot against them. I haven't. I mean, I've been watching a little bit, but playing against the opponents, sometimes you can get a feel for systemically when they're playing this weird system, whether or not certain auctions they're stealing from you. And so if Chris's belief was like, this is one of the auctions where we could easily be getting stolen from, then I think you have to bid two spades.
Yeah, and I think one wrinkle is I think North could have spade length on this auction, so that does make things a little like North could have spade length and South couldn't really, so that makes it a little more dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
But obviously he has made what looks like the winning decision. How is two hearts going to do? They're going to lose a spade, and two hearts is three, and a club is four, and so two hearts is going to be down a couple of tricks. So obviously he's going to make this for a wash, but it also reduces the value of bidding when it's a par square hand and you were just going plus on defense.
Yep.
So its opening lead is certainly not going to cause him any distress.
No. Now he'll just be happy to go ace of spades spade. He expects the ace of hearts on side from the auction, and so he can comfortably give up two spades, two clubs, and a heart. Make his 110, and that will be 5 more imps for his side. Okay, and so we'll leave Chris to it. Let's head over to the green room, where North has opened a spade, East found a 2-diamond overcall. Pretty normal with the 6-card suit. South cubed 3 diamonds. West doubled, which I guess was intended to show a diamond raise.
Or even just a diamond lead director.
Yeah. North has bid 3 spades, presumably his weakest possible action. He just has a 5-3-3-2 12 count, probably the absolute minimum for what he could hold. And 3 cards in the opponent's diamond suit.
Miggery is going to be very tempted to ignore Andrew's wishes and raise this, I think.
Yeah, she has a singleton diamond, which is obviously nice. She has the 4th trump, which wasn't guaranteed, but despite that, the rest of her hand is pretty garbage, and so she does like to pass it out. With the ace king of clubs on side, and especially being led at trick 1, and spades being 2-2, it looks like Declare is going to have a pretty good time in 3 spades. We'll be making it.
Yeah, no, this doesn't matter here, but this is a spot where if Miggery could have been 2-0 trump to show a limit raise guaranteeing a 4th trump, she would feel a lot more comfortable passing on the second round where, here she might have felt like she had this concealed extra value.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm certain with King Jack 5th of hearts instead of Queen Jack 5th, she would have bid again, but the Queen Jack 5th, might just be 2 losers in partner's hand.
Right.
So I think she's going to end up making 4, or not she, Andrew is declaring, so Andrew will end up making 4 in that room. And
yeah, I think space splitting and one of the clubs already dislodged is going to be very difficult not to.
Yeah, let's head back over to the blue room. So board 10, East-West bid to 4 spades in the other room, and this was the one where it It was going to be a little bit difficult for Declare to make the contract, but he should have. He was off to the right start, taking the club hook, roughing some hearts and dummy. He just didn't really follow through on the plan.
Yeah,
Um,
it was a tricky piece of timing, but I think one that he probably could have gotten right, you know, haven't gotten off to the right start.
yeah, so East West in the blue room ended up getting to two spades. We saw a club opener, and West was able to show both major suits less than invitational. So he's ended up right setting the contract in a sense, putting the stronger hand as Declare. And just in two spades, I don't think Declare is going to have too much trouble.
Surprising choice of method. This is one that, I think there's certainly some good pairs that play it, but it's not all that popular.
Yeah,
Particularly here after a diamond opening, it's much more useful because here after a club, if it goes a club, a spade, a something, you can just bid two hearts non-forcing to show this. With two diamonds as an all-purpose force. But over a diamond, you don't have that option.
right.
Sam has actually made a pretty effective lead here of a diamond from the King Jack.
Well, I think a trump would have been his best lead, but it's hard to fault someone for not leading a trump from Queen 10 third. This would be the second time in the match where a trump opening lead from Queen 10 third would have worked well
Yeah,
for the defense. But, yeah, to me, I think the safest plan, actually, given the opening diamond spot, and you know the location of the diamond honors, right? South can't
right.
have two connected diamond honors, or he would have led from that sequence.
Mhm.
And so therefore North must have at least the 10 of diamonds remaining, because North played the queen and not the jack.
Right.
And it feels very likely that either North is king queen 10 or queen 10. The 6 of diamonds spot looks like it is third best from presumably a longer holding. So I think Declare should be able to work out diamonds are very likely to be 4-4.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like I might just start
uh,
roughing diamonds in the long trump hand. We're only in two.
I think the only time they wouldn't be is if South had exactly Jack 7-6 of diamonds.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. Um, or
Maybe Jack
you,
7-6-5. Yeah.
yeah, or like King Jack 6, I guess, is possible.
Right.
Um, but regardless, like I think my point being that North is not going to be over roughing if we just start roughing diamonds in West's hand. So
That is true. I still do want to try to get a heart ref in the East hand if it's at all possible, right?
um I don't think so. If I can rough three diamonds, I'll kind of effectively have reversed the dummy. Like, yeah, it would be nice if I could do everything, but I don't want to give up that many tricks. Like, diamond
Right.
rough, lead a club would probably be my plan. Then diamond rough, lead another club, something like that. But we'll see.
Yeah, notice also here, obviously, this table has been slow in general, and Amber, we know, is a deliberate player, but she's taking much more time to plan the play in. What she has to know is a virtually cold two spade contract that Ron Smith did in this tenuous game.
Yeah, okay. When you put it that way, it sounds ridiculous.
Right, but I mean, obviously, Ron is down 150 imps and, surely expects to not make them back. So maybe he's not giving it his full attention, but, you know, then again, also, Ron is, as is Amber, they're both being compensated for their time. So you still don't want to, totally give up. It's insulting to your client.
Right. Yep.
No matter how hopeless it is, you still want to put on a good show of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll leave Amber to do her thing over there in the blue room.
Yeah.
So let's look at the green room. We have a bit of a complicated auction that ended up in four hearts, east west.
Certainly does not look like a great spot to me.
You're saying that just because the defense has at least five tricks against this four heart contract?
Um, I think also at most five tricks with yeah. Maybe not.
Okay, well, now it's going to be
No,
five
that's gonna be
tricks.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So declare we'll end up losing two spades, two hearts, and a club. Yeah, maybe. I mean, East made a hyper aggressive two heart bid.
Yeah. Yeah, also again, this kind of gets back to something that you were saying yesterday. Being aggressive okay and being conservative is okay, but here East has been inconsistent and that just makes it impossible for a partner.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
We had the hand a few hands ago where she cubed on a flat nine count.
Hmm.
Actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe she's being aggressive on every hand.
Well, she did have a nickname back in the day, which was Ace Light, which
Huh.
was that she was just an ace light on every bid.
Yeah, I think this might well like I know she's played in a lot of the NABCs, but this might be and possibly even the women's trials. This might be her first time, you know, at this level of competition. So some of the stuff that you're doing that you just get away with, in the club or even in some of the weaker NABCs, you're not going to get away with in a tough match.
Yeah, well, I played with her in the mixed Swiss or mixed teams or whatever it was in an NIBC.
Yeah,
So
but that was that was probably 6 or 7 years ago. So, won't expect her to be a different player now. But,
yeah,
but yeah, I think just generally, you see this a lot where players who can be very effective in, club or regional level competition, like show up at the nationals and don't understand why their results are so bad because they just do the same stuff and better players, can counter it fairly easily.
yeah, it's a different game. Playing at like a local club or something, or even a bracket 2 or 3 knockout at a regional,
Mhm.
as opposed to coming to one of these bigger events with players who have well refined systems and methods and who generally, take percentage actions in almost every situation.
Yeah, particularly judge well in competition where bad players you can just run over them.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right. Well, the lead has kind of expanded a little bit. Um, Rosenthal now up 158. So not the biggest segment for them because I think they were up 142 coming into this one, but they have still picked up a small amount of imps over the course of these boards.
Yeah, although as we've seen, board 10 is traditionally where they suddenly lose three 10 swings in a row.
Okay, okay, yes, true. Although it's going to be hard for them to lose 10 imps on board 11. I'm just looking in the blue room that 3 no trump was been made at the other table, and Chris is in the same contract. Maybe if the opponents get charged with approximately 100 revoke penalties and he gets 300 points worth of overtricks, then then there'll be a case. Kind of curious that he went after diamonds before going after clubs. I mean, maybe that's just what is going on. Okay, like I I can't begin to imagine what Chris is doing on this
It's
hand.
very odd because he does just have seven tricks if he knocks out the ace of clubs.
Yeah, like 9
And
total.
right, can't they play another heart here and cut him off from the long clubs? Am I missing something?
No, 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 no. There's nothing the defense can actually do. But like they could
I
play a
don't.
heart here and
Can they play a heart and then duck 2 rounds of clubs?
well, he has the ace king of spades in the long club hand.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like they could have played back a heart and just like set up two more heart tricks and beaten the
That's true
contract.
too. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that would work. Wow.
It's I just what is happening? Has everyone mentally checked out of this match? I'm trying to keep it together here, but it's really hard when people are playing like
So,
this.
so we have seen that a few times that this West has had a couple of, what I would call highly uncharacteristic mental lapses. Again, like plus 160 amps, sure he's not giving it 100% of his A game, but he's usually a pretty careful, um, like a pretty careful player who just doesn't like mentally check out. So,
Yeah. Well, no
anyway,
harm. The defense didn't
yeah,
work out what was going on. I mean, unsurprisingly that they didn't. And so Declare ends
yeah,
up making his contract anyway.
yep,
All right, so we'll leave Chris to cash his winners. I mean, I suspect at this point he's going to be fairly confident in playing a second diamond to set that suit up, and that will result in an over trick. Even if South wins, South would be able to cash at most one spade from the count. So, should be a push in this room. In two hearts in the other room, Declare was pretty happy when the trumps broke 3-3, which means that he is going to end up taking uh, four more tricks from this spot. Ooh, five more tricks. That eight of diamonds has now been set up. Gets to cross to the club queen, pitch a spade on the eight of diamonds, and end up making 10 tricks. Ron's most common score for this entire event is plus 170 in two of a
mhm.
major.
Yeah, it was, quite a conservative action again, not overcalling on the first round with that hand.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I get it. The hard suit is weak, but man, I think I would be I think I would be tempted. And by
yeah,
tempted, I
six
mean I
card
would go 100%
suits.
of the time.
Yeah, I mean, six card suits are kind of meant to be
And th
overcalled.
and three aces, and the kind of hand where the longer you wait, the more dangerous it gets. Like if you're worried that your hand is a little dangerous because they might nail you, passing and waiting isn't gonna,
Right.
isn't really gonna help that.
Yep. Okay,
So,
last
all right,
board in the
so
green room. So West does open a no trump. He has the singleton king, completely allowable in ACBL rules. So he's probably fairly happy to do that with a 16.
well, this isn't an ACBL tournament.
Oh, you're allowed to do whatever in the WBF or
I don't think that's true. I'm just correcting
USBF.
you.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what the USBF and WBF rules on no Trump texture are. I think they're actually the same as the ACBLs.
The USBFs.
And so the USBF mirrors the WBF rules, of course, and I think the WBF and ACBL have the same no Trump requirements, but I could be wrong. One of the commenters or one of the spectators may know.
No, no, it's absolutely not. I mean, when
Oh,
I did
really?
my video on how the ACBL has destroyed the one no Trump opening, I looked into the WBF rules. The WBF has like no restrictions. I mean, you're not allowed to conventionally do it with like very off shape stuff, but small singletons are okay.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay, so Hearts in a Minor from North, just showing his five card heart suit. Normally vulnerable, you would prefer to be 5-5 for this kind of bid. Otherwise, you could just easily end up in a poor fit and go like minus 200 or minus 300, even when they don't double you. Um, but two hearts passed back around to West, who elected to balance with two spades, quite reasonably so. He has a five card suit. East raised to three spades, and I think that's kind of a failure to kind of understand the auction. Like, if you wanted to,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I would say, like, if you wanted to take an action on the East hand to show an invite over your partner's no trump hand, you would do it on the first round of the bidding. Um, and
Right, like yeah,
yeah,
West still has the same 15 count. The fifth spade just doesn't, make a difference. Like East has no roughing value, which is usually where the benefit of having a nine card trump suit comes in.
right. Well, I mean, Declare is going to be close to making a spade game on this hand, but will end up losing a trick in each suit after, a bit of unfortunate defense from North. Led the King of Diamonds, didn't get a clear enough signal from his partner, and continued a diamond into the draws of the Ace Jack. So,
Yeah, I think another thing is, from East's point of view, there's a much better than normal chance of having a 3-1 trump break because North is known to have at least nine cards and almost certainly 10, given that they're red white in two suits.
yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, this is going to be nine tricks. So, a little unfortunate for North, albeit I think his only real defense would have been to switch to a spade, which he probably doesn't want to do. That might resolve a guess for Declare in that suit, or to cash the Ace of Hearts, dropping the stiff king. And he's probably fairly convinced Declare had the King of Hearts, which he was right about, and therefore cashing the Heart Ace would have resolved a guess there as well. So three spades made. I mean, good result in the green room for East West for the Dinkin team. Let's pull up just the single table since we are now down to one table remaining in play. There will be a short break after this segment concludes, and then we will be back for segment 6, which could easily be the last segment of the match, but we'll see.
Yeah, obviously it's going to depend on whether Dinkin, himself, the sponsor, wants to play even in a fairly hopeless position, which he might. He might just want to get the boards in.
Right. Now, I think I was thinking about this the other day because I think it's important for someone in Olivia's spot. I found out yesterday or 2 days ago maybe that she was in high school. You had mentioned that, and
She might have just graduated. She's a senior now, so it's possible she's graduated already. But yeah,
okay, so
finished from high school.
as a fairly young bridge player who probably doesn't have a lot of experience playing in this level of competition, I think it would be much to her benefit to continue playing if she was allowed to. So if she has any vote to cast, I think her vote should be to
Very good point.
actually continue playing the match. Despite like it being hopeless and maybe it's a somewhat disrespectful if you want to look at it that way to continue playing when you know you're not going to win. But you can't really state how much experience matters in playing in some of this stuff moving forward. And so any opportunity you get to play against fairly strong competition, albeit unpracticed partnerships, I think is really important to take when you're early on in your career.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Um, yeah, I think she's been playing most of the NEBCs, but only for a year or two. This year, when she and I were supposed to play the Platinum before she contracted COVID, it would have been her first time even eligible for the event. So, yeah, I think your point about, just the benefit of getting any kind of high level experience is a really good one.
Right. Well,
I think she said she did say that her plan was to take a gap year and play bridge full time. So you know that'll certainly also give her a lot of chances to play against good players.
yeah, hopefully. Um, I mean, it seems like she's done quite well to end up on this team already,
Hmm.
playing in a fairly big event, and great. It's great news for her that she was able to um, win a number of matches so that she got to continue playing. Although I don't think that it's necessarily great practice to play a system that only one other person on the planet plays, and and not really get into a lot of the common situations that you normally have to deal with. But it's of course better than not playing. So
That's certainly true. And, she's still getting some really good high level card play experience, which is totally invaluable.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, three clubs in the north after Chris Willankin ended up balancing with heart bid. Two hearts here, notably not preemptive. It just shows extra values in a sixth heart. Um, so looks like Declare is going to end up losing another diamond and a spade at least. But given that the east-west pair has not really been able to tap Declare yet, she might be able to manage the 3-0 trump split from this position. Although I suspect on a heart return, in practice, Declare is going to end up going down.
I think she's going to go down on a heart return.
Well, I think Chris will win the ace of diamonds and continue hearts, and
Well, so let's see. So what if she roughs the heart? Does that help her at all? Since she's going to need to rough it either this one or the next one anyway.
maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe there's just maybe there's just no way Declare is going to go down. I mean the
I mean, she kind of has seven more tricks, right? She has three clubs in her hand, or three clubs plus the rough, two spades, that's six, and the king of hearts, that's seven.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Looks like there's probably nothing that Fence can do. Well, Amber's thinking about it. I mean, she's trying to come up with some layout of the hand where Declare is going to end up going down. This spade return um, going to help Declare, I think. She'll probably take the finesse and set up a second trick in spades.
Yeah, so I think now it's going to be, now the second spade is set up. I think that's just the end of it. And
Yep.
now she can just draw trumps and claim.
Yeah, and importantly, Declare can manage to score a beer at this point. She does unblock the diamonds. So, pull 3 rounds of trumps,
Nice.
and then collect the 7 of diamonds beer. Hey, Timo, welcome in.
So
Whoa,
meanwhile,
what is happening? We cash the king of hearts to pitch the ace of spades. I don't know. Style points, I guess. I don't get it.
yeah.
But
Um, so meanwhile, this table is going to finish on time, but I do wonder if East personally is having a time trouble issue.
mhm. Yeah, that's a good question because everyone has their own individual clock that they're playing with, and so it's possible that even though they are a little bit ahead of schedule, 35 minutes left in the round, if Amber has used more than her allotted, say, 30 minutes, I'm not sure exactly what everyone's assigned, but they could be getting in trouble. So no trump 10 to 12 in the south. Chris overcalls 2 diamonds, showing 1 major. Looks like East is going to bid 2 hearts, pass or correct, and wind up playing there, I suspect. unless South decides that he wants to bid again. I don't think he should. That King Jack third of hearts is looking awfully suspect after the 2 diamond overcall.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone has anything more to do here.
Right. So how far ahead does Rosenthal have to be before Dinkin quits? I mean, so Craig had mentioned he suspects that playing the third quarter, so this segment plus the next segment, is going to be fairly mandatory. Most teams don't really make any commitments before you get to the fourth quarter. But it looks like the match is going to be fairly out of reach. So I think unless Dinkin ends up picking up 100 in 15 boards, so what is that, like 6 or 7 imps a board? I suspect that they will probably concede. But we'll see. We'll see. It's all going to be up to Sam, or it could be a team decision. And I think I had just mentioned that for Olivia specifically, it would probably be a very valuable experience for her if she was able to continue playing against some of these opponents.
So Sam has finally figured out it's always right to lead trumps no matter what your holding is.
He did it. He did it. Yeah, he's had like Queen 10
So
third
this, by the way,
twice.
is yeah, and this of course is the worst one of them because on those two there was a fit auction. This, I think he may not be attuned to the fact that Amber's 2 hearts shows a misfit for hearts.
Yeah.
You know, you expect when Amber bids 2 hearts, she's basically guaranteeing longer spades than hearts.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it hasn't really hurt them yet. Also, this part score with the trumps going 3-3 was never really in any danger of going down. But
Yeah.
does,
Yeah, again, on the actual layout, it's a neutral lead, but
I was just wondering if this was about to happen. So this is kind of fun and exciting, right? So South led the 3 of hearts, and North holding
right.
Queen third would never expect her partner to have this kind of trump holding. So she figures that East has,
Singleton King or something.
yeah, like stiff king or whatever, and there was no reason to squander the queen on that trick. So this is going to go quite nicely for Declare at this point, able to just cash the ace of hearts, and 100% knows the heart split. Right? There's no way South would have led low from King Queen Jack fourth,
right.
And there's no way that North would have played low from Queen Jack fourth. So.
Right.
Yeah, is able to just pull trumps. Now the defense, if they want to get their 2 spades, has to do it now. Otherwise, Declare can rough out the diamond suit. And
yeah, as he's about to, so he's going to take a million tricks.
Yeah. And even now, the beer is set up, and we have 2 discards. So Declare now gets to... Oh,
I
no.
think Declare could not beer in that position.
Oh, Declare couldn't beer. They had to cross to the club queen and pitch.
Yeah.
Because they had blocked the clubs.
Yeah, they didn't. Right, and they didn't have enough hearts to pitch all dummy spades away first.
Yeah.
Well, nonetheless, I think he'll be happy to win a couple of imps for his plus 230.
Yeah. Amber was playing.
Oh, sorry, Shelby. Oh, that's right, because the preference auction. Yeah, so she'll be happy to win a couple of imps for plus 230.
Right. Okay, well, we get a bit of a different opening bid choice in this room. I mean, not surprising at all that with 5-1 in the majors, Chris prefers to open a spade. Ron Smith in the other room opening a no trump, which, I mean, I don't care either way for one of the bids. I'm happy to open either. But certainly if you want to swing the board, I think a lot of players would look at their hand and say, I have 5 spades, I have heart shortness, I don't want to end up in 2 hearts, or, maybe even 4 hearts. When I open a no trump with this 5-card spade suit on the side, so let's just open a spade. We get to the same 3 spade contract, we are going to get the same king of diamonds opening lead, and then presumably Chris will duck this, and we'll have to see what North elects to do. Okay, ooh. Well, a lot of things happened on that first trick. So maybe we should break down a couple of things, because so North led the king of diamonds, South played the 10, which denies the jack, which meant that North, if she was left on lead, would know that continuing diamonds would have been fruitless. But when South dumped the 10 of diamonds, Chris, now looking at the jack 8, might have been curious as to whether or not South would do this from the 10-9. And I don't think he should, but Chris's opinion is that, preserving that 8 of diamonds is going to give him a better chance of holding the diamond losers to 1. So he takes a club hook, and North knows that continuing diamonds is not going to work out from her partner's signal on the first trick. Although she probably also knows at this point that Declare has set up clubs for a diamond discard.
Yeah, so let's see. Is there anything she can do?
Not really.
I think, yeah, no, I think like just from her point of view, single dummy, is there any layout where she can actually even go plus? And I think it would just have to be.
Well, yeah, partner could have the king of hearts.
Right, would she just place another heart, hoping that Declare had one fewer club?
Well, I think she knows the count on the hand. So I think her play to go plus...
that's true, because her partner gave counting clubs, that's true.
Yeah, I think her play to go plus would be to lead a low heart to partner's king.
Right, but that won't get a plus unless 2 hearts are catching anyway.
No, because then partner's in and can put a diamond through.
Right, but that's still that's 1 trick short of going plus, right?
No,
because the partner's trump, right? Because partner has a trump winner. That's
yeah.
Right.
So you can argue and say that, well, Olivia knew that Declare had the heart king. I don't think that's necessarily true.
No, I don't think it's true at all. I just forgot that the defense's 5th trick would be the 10 of spades.
Right. So a lot of people might, okay, well, we're done with the segment. There's 27 minutes left in the round. I suspect no time penalties, but we will see. So to me, that's kind of a fairly large blunder from North's position, but not play. Maybe she was playing for something. I guess she was playing for Declare to have Ace Jack Doubleton in diamonds, but not taking some line of play that I think has a chance to beat the contract feels like a bit of a blunder to me. Even though it works out here because leading a low heart would have allowed Declare to make an over trick, scoring their stiff king.
Yeah.
But okay, let's head back, take a look at the current standings. So Rosenthal is ahead by 164. This has been their lowest scoring segment. They picked up only 22 in this one, albeit almost
coincidentally all of them on the first board.
Yeah, the very first board. So we came in midway through this hand when we started out, but this was the deal. So North opened a spade in first seat on board 1. East came in with 2 hearts, which obviously a little bit aggressive. The queen third of spades is not really great values. You only have an 8 count. You're aceless. You do have a good heart suit, but I think some players might prefer to bid 3 hearts rather than a 2 heart overcall on East cards, or some could pass. South elected to pass and went after penalties of 2 hearts when North reopened with a double. I like North's reopening double. I think this is one of the spots that, well, certainly the Gib robots don't really understand this position, and that infuriates me to no end, where you don't have clubs, and normally these takeout doubles show all 3 missing suits, right? But you need to be able to protect partner when they have a penalty.
So,
pass.
Rob, I'm gonna step away until the start of the next quarter. I've got a little bit of work I need to take care of.
Sure, yeah, no
So I'll see
problem.
you back in just a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. Um,
Morning, folks.
hello?
Hey, it's Ewan. How are you?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
So the board you're looking at, I was running ViewGraph to the USPF this morning, and that was our first board. That was an induction of fire for sure.
Yeah, kind of crazy. So, so yeah, North ended up making the balancing double, which I think is absolutely correct on his hand. Pass, and West redoubled, and this is a position that I think, I've certainly been in, um, where I've made some of these redoubles, kind of expecting that partner would read it as SOS, because normally what else can redoubles be? And sometimes my partners will look at it and be like, oh, Rob's just operating. He, actually had like a penalty pass over here and is excited to hear them double and now is trying to collect a larger penalty. And I think that as I've said many times, you're shooting for a bit too narrow of a target, if that's what the bid is supposed to mean. So I think Ron did something somewhat sensible and intelligent, was hoping to get out into one of the minor suits. They would have ended up in a 5-3 club fit. Again, maybe doubled. I mean, South has ace, king, fourth of clubs, but it would be a little bit better than this bloodbath and two hearts redoubled at this point. And how did the play go? So we start off with 3 rounds of clubs, ruffed, and then probably 3 rounds of spades, ruffed. One of these reasons why I kind of mentioned that queen third of spades is just awful holding in the opponent's suit. Then a diamond comes through, another spade. Declare should be able to rough in with a high trump at some point. I wonder if Declare should be roughing with the king of hearts and just exiting a heart. Well, let's see what she elected to do. She roughs with the 9 of hearts. South pitches, which is interesting. Probably doesn't matter, but yeah, actually I kind of like this discard, because I was thinking, like, as South we could, I can't click on cards, this is just awful. As South we could of course rough with the queen of hearts and give partner club ruff for another promoting our 8 of hearts, but when we discard on this trick, Declarer doesn't know the heart position, and so Declarer is going to have to lead hearts out of her own hand, and she might do something wrong, like, for example, lead the king of hearts at this point. Again, she leads the 10 of hearts, which I think is, once again, kind of missing what's going on in the play. If we believe that South's decision not to overruff the 9 means North has the queen, then it's definitely singleton, so we should be playing the king at this point. If you did want to play North for the stiff ace remaining, we could, of course, lead a low heart. So anyway, 10 of hearts feels like a little bit inaccurate in the end position. A spade comes through, and now South is going to end up scoring 2 more heart tricks. So South gets to overruff, stick Declare back in hand, and that's down 5 for 2,200. Pretty big result for North-South there on what was otherwise a fairly tame part score deal, I think.
And I think 3 clubs doubled might well have been down 5 also, but it wouldn't have been redoubled.
Yeah. That's kind of the main point, I think, is that once partner has elected to redouble, you just have to accept that and run. You can't possibly believe that 2 hearts redoubled is making, given your hand. I mean, for starters,
Yep.
you've overcalled much lighter than you would normally be expected to for a 2-level overcall.
The only mitigation I could think of was she knows that she's starting the day out down 150 or whatever it was. Maybe if you can somehow miraculously make 2 hearts redouble, that'll start the day off in the right direction.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. But some contracts I think are just hopeless, and and so this is probably one of them. Yeah. Okay, well, we did catch most of the first segment. So I came in midway through the first board. You said that you were setting up things for the other stream as well, once again?
Yeah, I was hosting the USBF stream this morning. I've been doing most of the first sets on the days.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we do expect one more segment 6. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be that surprised if Dinkin concedes already. But...
So we were talking about this on the other stream.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Schuster thinks that they will definitely play as many sets as Sam and Olivia can play, if nothing else, to give Olivia more practice with the system.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. To give Olivia more practice with the system. Oh God, no. That is the worst justification possible. Wait, does that mean that Olivia has been signed on to play with Dinkin for, I don't know, like a cycle? Do you know?
I don't know that, but certainly Mike Schuster, who I guess is part of the kind of the squad for this Dinkin Diamond, seemed to think they've been playing together in the future, yes.
Okay. Well, I was hoping for something more mainstream, which was that I thought that it was useful for Olivia to just get practice playing against this level of competition, since I heard from Craig that she's going to be taking a gap year between she just graduated high school and will be taking a gap year between that and college to play full-time. And as a player that young, it's really helpful to get as much experience as you can as early as you can. Now, the counterbalance to that is that I think playing the Sam Dinkin system is horrible for her. There's only one person on the planet who plays it. From watching it for a little bit, there are some gaping holes in the system itself that are like very clearly minus EV positions, just like system design wise, that are built in. And so she's not really gaining all that much from this system to learn about bidding judgment or standard auction situations that she might end up in, which would be very helpful against some of these higher level players. But yeah, just like the card play aspects, defensive carding, all of that sort of stuff to Clara play would be very beneficial for her to get more experience doing that. So yeah, you're probably right that they will play as many segments as Sam and she can play.
I don't know anything about Yoko. Does she also have less experience at this level?
Well, oh man, what do I want to say?
I was trying to be diplomatic in that phrasing, come on.
I understand. We dated a while back.
Ah, okay.
So, she's been around for a number of years. I think she started playing in 2013. And she's played a lot of these events. I mean, I played a couple of mixed events at Nationals with her. So she has some experience, but she is not all that well attuned to, I guess, like, bidding judgment. She tends to be hyper aggressive like a junior on basically every hand, and frequently goes for large numbers. I mean, you saw the 2-heart overcall that she made where she ended up in 2 hearts redoubled. It is a fairly aggressive 2-heart bid by a lot of player standards. Yeah.
Yeah, there was an interesting wrinkle on that board at the other table. So I don't really want to pull it up. They got the same 2-heart overcall by East, but this was a Dinkin Diamond thing. Mm-hmm. Olivia hadn't defined her hand with the 1 diamond, and so I think felt less able to make a reopening double.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the main issues with artificial opening bids, where the opponents are able to kind of capitalize by overcalling a bit more aggressively, like certainly opposite over a precision club, which is effectively what 1 diamond is. You, of course, bid some number of hearts with the east hand. I don't know if 1 heart or 2 hearts or even 3 hearts would be the most effective choice, but one of those is something you would do, and the opponents just can never really get you in this position. So, yeah, I guess you could call it a system fix. I mean, I can't imagine that it's kind of a worst case scenario for the overcall, yeah, where they open a spade and you overcall 2 hearts. I mean, albeit a bit late, and your partner you catch with this heart void and no fitting cards, just enough defense where the opponents don't make a slam, but where you're going to be going for like 800 or 1100 and whatever you end up in.
Yeah, I don't think I hate the 2 heart bid in either room as much as you do. But I would have thought that Olivia might at least have considered even making a reopening double here also.
It's just too hard when you're playing these strong artificial bids. You can't really protect against partners' penalty passes as well, because sometimes you just have to start bidding your hand. Like if you reopen with double, right? South has showed this non-game forcing, non-invitational pass over 2 hearts. So North has extras, but if you reopen double and South bids 3 clubs, how are you ever getting both your suits in the picture? You bid 3 spades, partner bids 4 spades, and you get to a 4-2 fit when you could easily be missing a diamond fit. I think you just have to bid 2 spades and then bid diamonds next, which is what Olivia did. So
in her position, South bids 3 no trumps. Would you have bid 4 diamonds over that because you were worried about the clubs here?
I don't know if I'm so much worried about the clubs. It's just like I feel as if we could easily still have a slam in diamonds.
South's shown less than about a 10 count, I guess, to be not forcing opposite a 15 plus diamond.
Right. Yeah, so like give partner the king of hearts, right? I mean, partner did bid 3 now, so they have to have a heart stopper. So
Yep.
king of hearts, queen of spades, king of
diamonds. Yeah.
And we're there. I mean, partner doesn't even need the spade queen, right? A doubleton spade and king 4th of diamonds, and we're getting close at least to
that's
making
correct.
a slam. And yes, I mean, in those scenarios, we also are completely wide open in clubs and 3 no's going down. But I think the main point is that we could just have a much better contract in our diamond fit.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, she did really well to make 4 spades. It just didn't matter given minus 2200 in the other room.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I was following the play a little bit. I mean, after the singleton diamond lead, there's not really much to the hand. Her diamond spots are good enough and the diamond position's marked that just playing 3 rounds of trumps is pretty straightforward. Even if the trumps go 4-2, you have the jack-9 remaining, so you can pull all the trumps.
But you still have too many diamond losers, right?
No, because you're planning to lead the 7 of diamonds to the 9.
But if you don't get this heart lead, so if the queen of hearts is a loser and you've got a heart loser,
well, you don't have a heart loser, right?
you can throw it on the king of clubs.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I mean, even if Declare had 1 fewer spade at this point, she could still go ace king of clubs pitching heart, lead the 7 of diamonds to the 9, and end up losing 2 diamonds, but all she ends up losing is 2 diamonds and a trump. So this heart switch cost an over trick, but it wasn't.
Okay.
It was not that disastrous for the defense. Well, I mean, technically we're still in break. Let's see, has the 6th segment started up yet? No, we have 25 minutes of break. What should I do? It is Thursday. There's no weekend events to play.
I tried the 8 board freebie opening a no trump at every hand, or 2 no trump, regardless of shape.
I feel like I might have played that last night while I was in bed.
Yeah.
Let me see. I could play the Zenith again. So the Zenith that I started yesterday on stream, where I was just like minus 550 on every hand, I had a 60% game.
Yeah, you said you didn't go plus until the ninth board.
I know, it was actually just incredible. Let me see. Yeah, I did play today's free tournament. I have, oh my god, wait, no, this is amazing. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. I have a 69.69%. That is so great.
In what? In yesterday's Zenith?
In today's free day long.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple of these hands were incredible. I remember.
I sent you mine. I had over 60, even though I also had 3 complete zeros in 8 boards.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this this was my set from yesterday's Zenith. Like just scrolling through, I have 8 minus scores on the first few boards, including 2 7% results, 3 spades doubled and 2 hearts making 4 on a couple of the hands. But the opponents, my best board in the entire set was 3-0 by the opponents, making 10 tricks, which is kind of crazy. Huh, very weird. I also made an over trick and 2-0 trump on a hand. Well, I guess I will keep an eye on the break, but yeah, we may as well do something while we're waiting. So let's see. I have a Zenith. Sure. Open a no trump on every hand? Okay, I'll do it.
Well, it works better on the best hand tournament, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. I mean, this just is a no trump opener, so that's not too unusual. Open a no trump and respond 2 diamonds to Stamen on every hand? Okay. Thoughts on playing a spade to the jack? Heart to the queen and king. I guess I can leave the Discord call while I do this. And unless people really feel like voicing their input with a small amount of delay. Let's see.
To the king, spade to the jack.
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna do it, I guess. I would like to do things in a sensible way, though. I guess I can run 5 rounds of clubs first. It's sad that I tell the opponents about my values. I don't know, let's just do this. I like taking finesses at trick 2 if possible. Heart. Long tank. Long tank by West. Heart. Oh god. I have the feeling that spades are breaking. Otherwise, I could lead a diamond up to the king. I'm a little terrified of playing a diamond up to the king, though. Ugh. Nothing's splitting. Alright, ace of clubs. East shows out. No. You can have 2 tricks, I guess. Yeah, East played low-high in the spade suit, but of course they have 10 doubleton, so it makes sense. They're scared of giving up that 10 of spades. Ace of diamonds was on side. I could have made another. Oh, crap. I forgot. It was the second board. I just looked at my hand. I forgot. I need to open a no trump. Well, we can correct everything by bidding 5 hearts now. Is that something I want to do? Or do I just double? Nah. Let's go for gold with 5 hearts. Club lead. Well, this kind of feels as if it's going to go club, club, rough, and then I'm going to claim, which is, I guess, good news because we were otherwise had decent play for 6 hearts. I tried my best, but East was not fooled. East was not fooled. King of Spades. Alright, so how careful do I need to be? I need to rough 2 spades in the dummy. 1 round of hearts has already been played. Now I can just pull another round of trumps. Rip. Well, at least we're 650. How do they do in 4 spades doubled? Partner leads a high heart and then cashes the ace of diamonds and gives us a rough, and that is the end of the tricks for the defense. So they make 4 spades doubled. Probably a better result to be in 5 hearts then. Sorry, 1 no trump on every hand.
You can be 4 spades, right?
Well, we can, but I mean, with this partner,
but you wouldn't.
I don't think we would.
Your partner would not lead a low diamond to trick 1.
No, but I mean, partner's also going to lead a high heart and then cash the diamond ace. It wouldn't be so bad if partner just like didn't cash the ace of diamonds. Oh, wait, no, are you correct? You might be correct. Do we need to get both of our diamonds untangled and get a rough?
I think so.
Oh, we do. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I mean, my second choice would have been double. Honestly, I expected 4 spades to go down. But how are we doing in 1 no past 3 no? I don't think this is going to go very well. It could be a good save.
It's only 50 a trick. Maybe the opponents make 3 no trick.
Well, I'm curious whether or not this might be a good save somehow. Okay, that's going to be a useful opening lead. The 3 of clubs. I suppose I should win the 9, just in case the suit is 5-1. 4, 5, 6,
This stupid
7,
contract has chances. It does
8.
have, yeah.
It does have chances, but I guess I can win the 9 and play a spade to the jack. It's a little scary to do so. I might lose the entire club suit if I play the hand like this.
Yeah, it's a little annoying because the opponents probably don't really have anywhere to go but 1 no trump their own way.
Yeah.
And I guess even then you have more high cards. Like they have no fit, unfortunately. They have 2 7-card fits, but no 8-card fit.
Right. Spade to the jack. Spade to the jack is quite bad on a lot of layouts. I mean, it's only really good when West has like Queen 9 or Queen 8 doubleton. Maybe I should just play clubs. Lose a club, 2 spades, and a heart, maybe? On a good day? What am I pitching on the clubs? I guess I can throw a heart. I don't know, let's lead a spade. Spade to the jack? Club. Alright, club. Clubs were 5-1. Okay, also that spade discard is a little sad. Diamond pitch. So East is like 5-4-3-1, maybe? With ace queen of spades, maybe the diamond king, not the ace of hearts. I think we're in trouble. I'll throw a diamond. Alright, West won that. 9 of diamonds back. Yeah, this does kind of confirm that East has the diamond king, which is not what I wanted to see. I wonder, if I play low, is there any chance East puts in the king? See, as long as East isn't aware that I don't have a full 15, if he's constructed hands where I have like all of the remaining high cards, then he might just put up the king because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't East have to have I guess he even has the 10, he could put up the king, sure.
I'm gonna play low. King? Alright. Now we need some good luck in spades. I mean, the stiff 9 I think is like pseudo good luck, but it's not gonna be good enough. Ace of spades, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's not stiff 9, it was 9-8 doubleton, so this was ace queen third. I mean, I'm just very tempted to unblock the king. I guess I won't. Well, what does this mean? So West switched to a diamond away from the king. Not that it really matters. I mean, if I had to put up the jack, there wasn't anything I could do. Yeah. We're just going down a million. I mean, East could have the ace of hearts. Like, I guess I could go ace of diamonds, spade to the king, 2 clubs, and then play a heart towards the queen. Okay. I don't expect that this is going to work at all. But may as well try it. What?! East had the diamond king and didn't return it. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. What? Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. West is holding on to the hard ace and a good diamond. Wow. What an incredible hand. I could have run that diamond around to the jack and made this. That's so crazy. It's one of those robot things where I've opened a no trump and they and they just believe that I have 15s and none of their plays matter.
Right. Meanwhile, he was done kind of okay on his hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's down 1, but still not a great result. Oh, East had the long diamond as well. That is absolutely insane how East... And see, you'll note that West switched to the 9 of diamonds from 10-9 doubleton. This is such a silly robot play. Ugh. It's crazy that East didn't play the king of diamonds back. Alright, one spade. Partner opens a spade. I can bid a no trump on this hand, so I will. Ugh. Uh-oh. Wait a second. 3 spades shows 6 or more high card points. Hold on. Hold on. I guess I'm passing 2-0 then.
That's right, because it thinks you wouldn't respond on a sub 6-point hand.
True. True. That seems reasonable. Maybe I'll get a heart lead. Okay. Was really hoping for that heart lead. Maybe they'll switch to hearts. That would be nice. Okay, so West had ace, king, queen of clubs, huh? That's not good news for our side.
Yeah, certainly doesn't feel like.
Oh my god, it is ace, king, queen, 6. Oh, this is horrible news because now East has everything else. Yeah, okay. So they're just gonna take the first 8 tricks.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Heart? Spade! Hey! Alright. I'm only down 2. This is wonderful. Ace, king, queen, 6. Brilliant opening lead, by the way. I wonder if they only had like ace, king, 6, if West would have led their heart. I guess it doesn't matter. I only have 6 tricks regardless. At least 4 spades doesn't make. That's good news.
And
4 spades is down 2.
Make down 2. I think it's worse than that, right? You lose 2 spades and 2 clubs and 2 diamonds.
Oh, it's down 3? Oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, partner opens a heart. Let's bid. I think I have to like do the normal thing here. We got to 4 hearts. 10 of diamonds lead. Sure. Yeah, because why would the 10 ever be from 10-9?
I mean, you actually could bid 3 no trump showing a choice of games. That would actually be the kind of the normal action.
Oh, 1 heart, 3 no. Oh, you're right. I forget the robots play that.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct.
They play it and they never pass.
That's also true. I saw them pass once actually. They did it with 5-3-3-2, but like a really bad 5-card suit. It was like Jack 5th or something. I did see it once. I am so tempted to just play a heart to the Jack right now. I really shouldn't. I mean, I'm fairly confident that 10 of diamonds lead is 10 doubleton. So, East has long hearts. I think I'm gonna do it. I think there's some chance that even if West wins and puts a spade through, East is gonna switch back to their doubleton diamond.
Mm-hmm. Or a club with the king-queen concealed.
Oh. King of spades, that's not a good switch for me. Ace of spades, still not a good switch. Diamond. Oh,
no,
it was 10-9. Oh, disaster. What a disaster.
So we have all the players at the tables, and the break clock is down to 5 seconds.
To 8 seconds, yeah, I see. Alright, well, I made my contract. Oh, it was ace-king doubleton of spades. That's awful. Wow, the 10 of diamonds lead was from 10-9 fifth. Okay, let's head back.
Well done, sir.
Thank you. I will continue this later. Let's see. I need to move me. Now I'm over here. I need to move you. You're now right there. And the chat, which will be there. So they are playing the 6th segment. And first board out, we have some distribution around the table. I mean, South is going to be pretty happy with the 4 heart contract until they've realized that West has 2 natural trump tricks. Going to be pretty difficult to get a penalty against this for East-West, though. So the green room fairly quickly passes it out. And the blue room... Oh, God, no.
Of course you knew that, right?
What?
So this actually may not be legal. I think if you're playing A+ openings, you're really not supposed to shade them in any way, even on a hand like this.
That's definitely true in the ACBL.
But he meets the rule of 17 or whatever it is, which makes it actually technically legal, I believe.
I thought that, though, I thought that there were still stricter regulations on opening with fewer than 8 high card points, kind of separate from that.
So we had this regulation quoted in the last set. It's the definition of
really?
a near to average hand, which is 8 or more high card points, or at least rule of, I'm pretty sure it's 17, and this hand does meet the rule of 17.
I see. I thought that it had to be both.
Okay.
I will take your word for it if they just investigated it.
Yeah, so 1 spade, game forced by South. Probably well on their way to a 4 heart contract, which is exactly what happened.
This one might be a little easier for West to take a shot at it. I mean, I guess she's still going to to just be happy to be going plus. But in the green room, no one can double because both West double is not penalties and East double. She just doesn't have the hand for it.
Right.
I was kind of thinking the opposite because Sam has told his partner he has fewer than 3 hearts and at least 9 black cards, and South has still chosen to play 4 hearts.
Well, I think it's the similar scenario in both rooms. Like, we know that South has a very long heart suit, but as West, we also know that the opponents don't have a big heart fit. Like, South probably has something that looks like this. We still have 2 trump tricks, and we do have a side ace-king.
And Billy knows that his partner opened, so has something. Debbie doesn't know that Michael has anything.
Right, but Billy's double isn't penalties. That's the problem.
Yeah, sure. So in the green room, they just had no way to penalize 4 hearts, whereas here, Debbie could have elected with 2 natural trump tricks and potentially at least 1 cashing club to try and go for some penalties.
Yeah, I think, in the blue room, Debbie up by 164 imps, her view is going to be, if they're going minus, that's probably plenty good enough from her side, but if somehow they can make it, there's just no reason to be giving them some extra points.
Yeah, in a much closer match, I have to imagine that Debbie would probably double. Like, sometimes you give up 590. I mean, I guess on a bad day, you give up 690, but just... you're probably expected to go plus EV imp-wise by doubling. Because if 4 hearts is just making in the other room, you're only losing 5 for the double.
Or less if they don't bid it, which is also possible since the system is going to be so different.
Yeah. But sometimes you do just hit the jackpot, right? Like, your partner leads a club, you get the ace-king of clubs, you play a spade over to partner who wins the spade-ace, and then... you end up collecting 2 more trump tricks from there. You get 300. Maybe on a good day, you get 500. So both declarers are doing their best to collect some tricks.
Yeah, I think both declarers are gonna be, fairly optimistic about this since there is no double. They're not gonna think that there's this massive Trump issue on the hand.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both of them have found out about the poor
Oh,
Trump
but I'm
split.
saying like when they see the dummy, they go like, "Oh, this actually isn't so bad."
Yeah.
Seven hearts on a good day is king of spades. Maybe the ace of diamonds is offside.
Right. So Chris has set himself up where if West happen. Oh. Okay, I was going to say Chris has set himself up where if West happened to have Queen Jack third of spades, he could play 3 rounds of spades to throw him in. And then he would have to lead a heart into the Queen 9 at the end. Looks like he's adopted for an alternative route. I mean, knowing he's already going down a trick, this seems quite reasonable. So he'll lead a spade up towards the king, and that will be the last trick for Declare in the green room. In the blue room, Olivia kind of in a bit of a worse position. She didn't set up this potential for an end play in Debbie's hand in the trump suit, but it was never going to work out. So 3 down. And this is kind of the argument, right, for why we might want to double. There's a fairly large difference between 500 and 150 imp-wise. I think it's 8, I believe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, obviously, whenever you're beating in multiples, you really want to be doubling. If you're only beating at 1 white, who cares? It's 2 imps.
Yeah.
So Amber has made fairly light 1 club opening. I guess I had thought this partnership didn't bid that way, but obviously they do at least occasionally.
Yeah, I think Amber was one of the players that I had been commenting was inconsistent a little bit in some of her decisions. Like sometimes she's conservative and sometimes she's aggressive. Yoko, just always aggressive. So,
Yeah.
which you could say is good, but it does make it a little difficult if you're used to thinking about things in a certain way. You have to readjust when your partner makes hyper-aggressive calls all the time. So yeah.
Yeah, although maybe that's a good setup for the most aggressive and most conservative player on the team to be playing in partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Smith, obviously a very conservative player, so maybe on balance they're gonna be they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, it works out if your side has like a fair distribution of high cards, but it's not going to work out well when one of you has a very strong hand, because the aggressive player might overbid to a slam and the conservative player might underbid to a part score. And I think we've seen that a couple of times in this match so far. So 3-0 in the green room on board 17. We get a diamond lead from East, 4th best from her longest and strongest, which makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Obviously works out very well in this hand, although the 10 would have been, the double dummy lead.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry, it doesn't work out that well here.
One.
Yeah. I was going to say it worked out well, but it only works out well when West is the one opening leading a diamond.
Right. Yeah, so Declare comes to 2 natural diamond tricks and now is going to go after clubs to set up her 9th tricks. She's going to have 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds, and the ace of spades that she can count on, presuming that the clubs are splitting well. And she'll have multiple opportunities for the spade finesse, the hearts to come home, that 4th round of clubs to be good. So she'll have plenty of time to explore all of those options.
Yeah.
So another diamond gets led to Declare's ace. The
I
way
think
that the diamond suit's been played, I think Declare might be a little worried that the diamonds aren't splitting.
maybe, but wouldn't East have played a lower spot on the second round instead of the seven?
Yeah, very possibly. But I think a decent indication is that West played the queen here. I think that's probably a very reasonable false card from Billy, making it sound as if he was like, trying to unblock or something from from a holding like Queen Doubleton remaining.
It is true, but I think, East would have had to also remember to false card for that to be the layout, and I think Declare probably will just assume that the opening lead and continuation were the truth, and that Billy just, put up the queen because he put up the queen. Right, like it would be abnormal for East to play five and then seven from initial holding of King 10 7 5 small.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, like, the normal plan would be to continue with your fifth best to show your partner that you originally had a five card suit if you were planning to continue diamonds. But yeah, it's very possible. Like, I might be tempted, depending on what I knew about my opponents. Like, if this was a strong east-west pair and this had happened, I might be very worried about trying the spade finesse, for example, because then West might be able to win and cash three diamonds for down one.
Yeah, all right. If you're playing against a truly world like against Levin and Weinstein, you have certainly a lot more to think about.
Yeah. But I mean, Declare can do a lot of things first herself. She can test the heart suit, she can test the club suit, and then fall back on the spade finesse if that happens to be, if both of those end up failing. So it looks like that's what's going to end up happening. She goes after hearts. Now, when the Jack of Hearts falls, she can cash the fourth round, take the club finesse, and when that wins, she's just going to have 9 tricks. So
and East also won the King of Clubs, so I think she's going to be pretty confident the second club finesse is winning because all of a sudden this is now a lot of false cards for East to be making on kind of a normal 3-no trump layout.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And East is probably just throwing a club on this trick, which might give away some of the position, right? East doesn't want to pitch a spade from her spade holding, doesn't want to pitch one of her diamond winners. So the club discard allows Declare some comfort.
Yeah, all true.
And we'll see East pitch a spade and a diamond on the Declare's last 2 clubs, which might give North some belief that it's going to be safe to take the spade finesse in the end. It's only a matter of over tricks, but she will have 9 tricks in at that point.
Yeah, and East is legitimately squeezed here on the 4th club.
Oh yeah, actually, wait a second. Like, East is squeezed for all of the tricks here. Oh, no. East could have pitched the king of... No, pitching the king of diamonds, then we pitch a spade. Yeah, the East is just like...
Well, then the Jack of Diamonds is just a winner.
Yeah. This is actually incredible. We have 12 tricks. I wasn't even thinking about this possibility. As I shouldn't be, because we're playing imps and we're in 3-no trump with 12
with 9
tricks.
tricks banked, it's obviously free for Declare to take this finesse.
Yeah.
But she declines.
Yeah, so she declines. I mean, it's only a couple of over tricks, but...
Yeah.
Sam Dinkin, in the other room, having opened a no trump, has reached a similar end position, and in this case... Okay, Michael elects to just be friendly and... Oh, no. Debbie has the queen of diamonds remaining. Aha! So Billy playing the diamond queen as an attempted false card was not successful because he needed to protect that card to guard against the squeeze in the end position. Shame on Billy.
Well, unless that persuaded Declare that he actually had the king of spades, in which case the double psych worked.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Alright, so board 18, both tables currently mirrored in their decision points, but we suspect that the green room might fall a little bit behind.
Are we about to see a big diamond?
So a diamond by him is 18 plus here. I don't know exactly what shapes it caters to.
I thought it was. I thought it was all of them.
Right. I'm just curious whether or not he would have alternatives with specifically this kind of shape. Now it's 18
Like
plus
whether it has.
artificial forcing by
I would
North.
guess at the very least in fourth seed, 2-0 Trump is natural.
Yeah. Yeah. Although this 19 count is not really one that we want to be upgrading into a 2-0 opener.
No, I just meant more, more in theory.
Yeah, so both he's selecting to overcall heart. They're past hand. I would be very curious if anyone would be tempted by a 2-heart preempt, especially over the strong diamond with these cards, but Michael was not.
Yeah.
It is a very, very bad hand. I mean, 5-3-3-2, like no aces. It looks like you have nice spot cards, right? You have like a great poker hand. You have all these jacks, 10s, 9s, and 8s and 7s, but you're not going to take a whole lot of tricks if you get doubled in a heart.
In Michael's position, you're in that same place where North didn't define their hand. It's going to be, again, harder for them to get you.
Yeah. So there's definitely upside to jumping to 2 hearts with these 10. I mean, favorable, the opponents have a artificial opening, artificial strong opening, so you think they might be somewhat likely to have a game their direction, but Michael's still electing to be a little conservative. I mean, even against this opposition, he's probably concerned that they might have methods to get him if he bids to 2 hearts. Well, Debbie, completely unfazed by everything else that's going on, makes an exciting decision to jump to 3 hearts with only 3-card trump support. So she's making up for Michael's failure to preempt a little bit.
So, one thing that I would point out from Michael's point of view, I think the 2-heart bid would be much more attractive if South were not a past hand because, part of the value of making a bid like that is that the opponents might need to exchange some information. But here, in this light opening Dinkin system, they've already exchanged some useful information just by virtue of the fact that South couldn't open one of their light openings.
Yeah, that's true. And it takes a little bit of the oomph away from the 2-heart bid, the fact that Michael had the chance to open 2 hearts in first seat favorable and didn't. So, that's one of the main reasons why I think Michael didn't choose 2 hearts, because against strong opposition, and I don't know what Michael's opinion is of North-South in this event, but against very strong opposition, they'll pick up on that fact and just, double him if there is any excuse. So this is, so Olivia spent some time. I was certain she would pass out 3 hearts doubled with her hand based on that inference that
Michael, she has nowhere to go.
Yeah, Michael didn't preempt, and despite West bidding 3 hearts, she's pretty happy to just pass. I'm curious what the best opening lead choice is. I don't think it's a trump. Although
diamond drop? Yeah.
Yeah, so she elects to lead a diamond. I think I might have chosen a spade. Just because the jack of spades might be useful.
This goes down well. So diamond, rough. Spade, 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 rough.
Yep.
Club, club.
Yep.
You take the first 9 tricks, I think?
You get...
No, right? You still... Everything you said, plus you still have the ace of hearts in your hand.
Yep.
Exactly, yeah. You get 3 tricks in each other suit. 3 spades, 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, the ace of hearts.
Right. Yep. So that will be
1100.
1100. And in the other room, it looks like Declare has made his game 3-no trump, although that's not going to be as large a penalty as 1100. For similar reasons, I'm also a little bit surprised that Chris... Well, I guess it's hard for Chris to pass the double of 2 hearts. He doesn't know his partner has a big hand. But let's see how the defense does. In the blue room, this is just kind of like a small technical exercise. Okay, so Sam Dinkin returns the 7 of diamonds, his lowest remaining spot. He has asked his partner to play clubs at this point, which is very sensible.
Since his spades can take care of themselves, but he needs his partner to lead a club through the king.
Right, like if South had 3 spades and 4 clubs, then he would absolutely need partner to switch to clubs here because South has no other entries. Well, South has the heart ace, but he doesn't know that. So we do see Olivia switching to a club.
And I think at this point, Sam can afford to just take both his clubs, take both his spades, and then play a spade. I think it has to be a spade for maximum penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he might need to be a little careful because it's possible he goes 2 clubs, 2 spades, and then plays a diamond, hoping that he can promote a trump trick from his partner's hand. He'll need to somehow get count on either partner's clubs or spades to be fairly comfortable with his defense here. And the normal way to do that is to like lead the king of spades and get a count signal from partner, but it's possible he won't be able to read Olivia's card. So he does lead the king of spades. I mean, so far everything has gone well defensively. I believe the most reliable signal from Sam should be partner's second club. So if Olivia was able to give count on that second club, Sam should know the hard count based on the auction. East overcalled a 5-card suit. He didn't preempt. Therefore, South started with 4 hearts.
And I think this is still okay because Olivia can overruff if needed, play a spade back, and still get a spade ruff.
Yeah.
Right. Right, good point.
Yeah, so this should work out just fine. She does ruff with the ace of hearts and now plays a spade back, and Sam will have nothing to do other than continue a 3rd spade, which will work out just fine for the defense. And that'll be the 1100. That's a nice swing, 10 imps back to Dinkin, although they're going to need a few more of those if they want to get back into the match, or make it worthwhile to play the 4th quarter, I guess. Whoa,
All right,
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
actually
whoa,
playing Bridge
whoa.
at 210, so I will see you guys later. Thank you very much.
All right, see ya.
See you.
So the green room, oh my god, stuff is happening.
Yeah, I wasn't watching that room at all. What's happening in the auction here?
Well, East-West are off a key card and the trump queen, and they have ended up in 6 hearts.
Which looks cold anyway, right?
Yeah, it's a little strange what happened auction-wise, right? So South opened 2 spades. I mean, Chris, with King, Queen, Jack, 10 fifths, 5, 3, 3, 2, but first seat favorable. And West came in with 3 hearts, fairly reasonable. I mean, some people might play like a 4 clubs leaping Michaels if West wanted to do that, but his suits are so bad. I mean, his club suit specifically is quite bad. North did 4 spades.
Yeah, I think a spade lead might have actually beaten this because you have to draw. You need to draw trumps and unblock the clubs. Even with the Queen of Hearts dropping, it knocks out your entries, so you have to lead your last part back to West. And now when you run the clubs to pitch spades, you can't ruff a spade. You're out of trumps.
Oh, you might be right. You might be right. I haven't spent a while analyzing it, but the thing that I was planning to point out is like auction-wise. So East bid 4 no key card and hearts. West bid 5 clubs responding to key cards, and East signed off in 5 hearts. And then West bid 6 hearts.
Yeah, it might have been one of those, like, 1 or, 0 or 3, I have 3, I'm taking it in, although I don't see, having overcalled 3 hearts, 0 wasn't possible.
Right. Yeah, so a little unusual, right? Because, like, East normally is becoming captain when she bids key card here and has elected to sign off, and Billy decided to overrule his partner with
So why is he cashing the Queen of Diamonds here? This seems bizarre.
I think he's trying to get a count on the hand. It's pretty weird, but probably didn't cost. So heart to the ace, the stiff queen falls, and this could be
Yeah, I think he's about to push the clean button.
this could be a fairly big swing
Oh my
for
god.
Dinkin again.
Meanwhile, take a look at what's happening in the blue room.
Yeah, I saw.
Where
So
North
two hearts
is.
is four spades and a 5-card minor.
Gotta be kidding me. I mean, this again, like the kind of method that probably works against weak opposition, but against strong opposition, they're just gonna tag you for numbers right and left.
Right. Yeah.
Like you'll have some wins because of any method, of course, is gonna have some wins, but on balance, I think this is you know almost a guaranteed negative equity method against expert players.
Sure.
And also like the fact that no good pair plays this way to me is also a very strong indication that the imp expectancy is negative.
Yeah, that was so. One of my sponsors in the past had asked me because she kept running into these players who preempted hyper aggressively, and she was just like, "Well, what do I do against them? Like, am I supposed to double? Am I supposed to bid more? Like, am I just supposed to pass and like collect plus 50 a trick or something like that?" And I kind of explained to her that because she was really freaking out about it, that the reason why no one plays this stuff is because it's not actually good systemically. So you just kind of have to trust your system, make normal bids on your cards, and eventually the opponents are going to get in trouble. And so I think that, yeah.
And just accept there's going to be some variance, and of course these methods are going to, win swing some of the time.
Right. So we do see another fairly sizable swing on board 19. This was the one we just looked at in the green room where they bid to 6 hearts and made it. Here, Debbie and Michael Rosenberg, I mean, they found the heart fit, but Michael, with just a fairly flat balanced hand, wasn't confident that he should be bidding at the 5 level. And so he goes after 4 spades and
yeah, so this should only be, I mean, obviously it should be a very big win for them because their teammates let a slam through that could have been beaten. But, their counterparts had just been a normal game, then, they would be losing a few imps and no big deal either way.
Right. How bad is this? I'm also kind of confused as to why Declarer is not like setting up heart roughs and dummy and is playing diamonds instead.
Lose a heart, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, I think, and a spade, right? So 500.
Yeah. Yeah, with the trumps 2-2, he's not going to be in any danger on this one.
Right. So I'm shitty, but yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be another 14 or so. Back to Dinkin. I mean, they're making a case for playing the last segment. Maybe Debbie and Michael will have to sit out if things like this keep happening at their table. I can't really fault them. I mean, Michael's actions, I think, were straight down the middle on this one. Debbie, with 5-5 and some extras, could have pulled partner's double with a known heart fit, but she elected to pass. I mean, somewhat reasonably so.
Yeah, I was at the real issue on the hand is just that their teammates made an unfortunate lead against a slam that they were never going to bid.
Right. Yeah, I hadn't fully worked this out because South has the Doubleton club. So what you're saying is like we can't unblock the ace, king, queen of clubs before pulling trumps because South will get a rough.
Right, and the only entry back to cash the long clubs is by stripping dummy of all of its trumps.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right that a spade lead will beat 6 hearts.
Yeah, like effectively it beats it by not so much by setting up a trick as knocking out a late entry to the clubs.
Yeah. Okay, well, the 4 spades we expect to go down. a few tricks over here in the blue room, which should be a fairly large pickup for Dinkin. But in the green room over here, we have another auction 2 game, 4 spades. Looks like Declare is doing okay for themselves. Although, yeah, there's no real effective method to ditch this club loser. Is that true? Wait a second. We can ruff the king of diamonds,
You can
pull
rush the king
trumps.
diamond, take a spade finesse, and take a heart finesse.
Yeah, wait a second. And it's gotta be known that the Queen of Hearts is on side from the auction. We see a Michael's bid. This is gonna make. I mean, now that South has covered the 8 of spades with the Jack. I'm not sure what Billy is thinking about. There's only really one plan. Now, there might be a blind spot. It's very possible that Declare is looking at this king of diamonds and saying, well, I have a diamond winner, I have this club loser, but I can't get back to dummy and pull trumps. And the hand might be a lot easier if that king of diamonds was the deuce.
Right. And it is a somewhat common blind spot. I think Billy Cohen as a world-class player is probably up to it.
Yeah, for sure. But he's thinking about it. I mean, it's kind of true that if he roughs the king of diamonds and South overroughs, he goes down an extra trick. So he does want to be a little concerned about that. North, with what appears to be a spade void on the auction, could easily be 6-5 and could have an extra diamond. All right. Well, there's the ace of spades. Wait a second. Even if South overroughed the king of diamonds, they were still cashing a club. So it's not like ace of spades heart finesse is going to work out better for him. South just roughs and then cashes a club. Oh, he exits a spade. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, so then now it's going down 2.
Yikes. It looked like Dinkin was on a roll, but this feels like a pretty large miss 4 spades could have made. I'm not sure 4 spades should make, because Chris Walenkin made this, I think, fairly unusual play of splitting. Oh,
Well,
it looks like the
in the end, he
spades
just
were
made
known.
I think in the end he just made a bad claim also.
Down 1.
I think Chris led a club to Amber's, whatever, and Billy claimed, and I think he claimed just thinking that it was at the conclusion of that trick, but actually it was while the trick was in progress.
Wow.
But I think he didn't give him credit for that club casher. But I predict North or South will call the director any second now.
Well, hopefully someone who's watching can get in touch with someone at the event and let them know, because I personally feel like if a kibitzer sees something that is like clearly an incorrect claim and wasn't like, that they should be allowed to get a director to adjust it, but I guess maybe that's not technically the letter of the law on these things. Well,
I see. Wow. So this is also a big miss. So the defense cashed the first 3 tricks and could have just cashed the ace of clubs at trick 4 to go plus, but exited with a diamond, which actually gave Declare a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so this is a board to watch because East-West may well end up in 4 spades in the blue room as well. Green room, I think things have settled down a little bit. East-West have ended up in 4 hearts with their 10 trumps. North-South really didn't have a way into the auction. And it looks like Declare...
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be such a great spot for East-West, right? And if they lead a diamond to the 9, they can't even do anything with both clubs offside. They're going to lose 2 clubs, a diamond, and a heart fairly quickly.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so Declare will likely on the 6 of diamonds opening lead stick in the Jack, hope that either the heart finesse or the club finesse is working. Decent chances to make the game, and when neither one of those work, we'll just be down one. But let's see what's going on in the blue room, because it started a spade, two spades in both rooms. This two spade overcall, oh my god, it's even worse. I thought they were only doing it because he was favorable, but if you're doing this with 4 or more hearts, 5 card minor,
and forcing to the 3 level
right,
process,
vulnerable, it's a little scary. It says 10 or more cards in the 2 suits.
Wow.
So it's not as if North necessarily has a weaker hand. The issue is that if you could be 5-5 or 4-6, your partner's not going to know what to do. And I think this kind of goes back to the point that I had made in the previous set where I was talking about the system. Like, yes, if this is your hand and your side has game-going values, your partner will be able to ask and find out what shape you have, whether you're 4-6 or 5-5. But most of the time, it's just going to go like 1 spade, 2 spades, 3 spades, and your partner's sitting over here with like 4 trumps and a stiff spade and doesn't know what to do. It could be right to bid 4 hearts, it could be right to pass because you're only in a 4 forfeit. So
meanwhile, at one table they played 4 spades, and here it looks like they're about to play 3 spades doubled.
Yeah,
So I don't like this double. So against some players, sure, take this double, assume they've done something wrong. East is one of the best players in the world. I think for Olivia sitting south to not give him credit for actually having, a hand where he also knows he's vulnerable and bidding 3 spades into this live auction, I think is. I mean, obviously she needs him at this stage of the match, but I would be very nervous about doubling a player as good as Michael Rosenberg on this kind of hand.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of this is just coming back to the experience factor, where I suspect Olivia, I don't know anything about her or her bridge playing, but I suspect for her, she's probably played against a lot of local club players or regionals, and maybe some national events, but not some of these high-level events. Mm-hmm. And this kind of a double is just effective because when Trump split badly, a lot of declaring players, just don't take into account the double and won't play for the 4-0 Trump split from trick 1. But Debbie, of course, will be kind of really certain that Trumps are splitting quite poorly on this hand. With that said, is it possible that this is still going down on a heart return?
So, on a heart return, they're going to take what?
It looks like South is just getting 2 roughs.
Right, so the heart rough, club to the ace, heart rough, and that's 5 tricks before declare even gets in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so well judged.
Yeah, it's it's fortunate that
so this in fact is exactly what happened in the other room in this position.
Well, not so exactly. Because
I thought the first 3 tricks were the same to that point.
Well, East still had the Jack of Hearts in the other room. Now, in this case, the fact that South is going to compress her Trump tricks by not getting a second heart rough is a problem, because I suspect Debbie will find the King of Diamonds rough.
Right. Well, that'll just be 6 tricks for her side. She'll, the diamond rough and 5 trumps in hand, and the King of Hearts.
Yeah. Right. So, but in the other room, Declare was in the same spot with the Jack of Hearts remaining in dummy. Now, Sam had played the 9 of Hearts back, so that was supposed to be suit preference for clubs, whereas Amber had played, I think, a much clearer 6 of Hearts back, suit preference for clubs, and Chris still didn't read it. So Sam, you can argue, did a little better. Okay, well, Debbie is once again thinking, and we saw Billy Cohen in a very similar spot. It honestly could just be this blind spot about not roughing a winner in the dummy.
Well, I think it could be, but also, who knows what Debbie's thinking? I think Billy, again, he's playing against a world-class player in Chris Blanken. Chris made this bizarre double dummy looking diamond return. Billy can see that it's a little weird. So Billy may have just thought that Chris was overupping the diamond as a virtual guarantee because otherwise his play made no sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, looks like Debbie has spotted it and
Yeah.
has roughed the diamond. She will now take a spade finesse.
So a huge missed opportunity for the Dinkin team, which could have managed to go plus in a spade contract on you know, on offense and on defense here, and instead they're gonna lose 12 imps where they could have won 12.
Right. Yeah.
Plus
And
it's 20 plus 200 would actually
Yeah.
be 13, so
Yeah, and I would say I think like from a now I don't know if Olivia plays a lot of match points or if she plays a lot of imps, but from an imp perspective, I think the double is crazy against three
Yeah.
spades. From a match point double, I think the double is actually quite a strong bid, where you're the opponents have appeared to have bid to three spades. Maybe they expect to make it, but you have this little kind of trick up your sleeve where trumps are splitting badly against them, and you don't really have a great fit for partner's heart suit. So making thin match point doubles and hoping to score plus 200, which tends to be a massive win in part score battles, is a very worthwhile thing to attempt.
yeah, I mean, I think here there's also consideration, which might even apply at match points, which is you're playing an unusual method, which means the opponents are facing a situation that won't be faced at a lot of tables. So I think that reduces some of the value of the double because your weird system might have put you into a plus position already.
Yeah. Okay, so 13 imps to Rosenthal, and it looks like Rosenthal is back on track for
Yeah.
doing well in the match after a couple of shaky boards at the start. But board 21 we saw in the green room, they bid to 4 hearts pretty quickly, found their 10 card heart fit. I assume Sam has an opening bid in the north, 1 spade. But we'll see if he elects to. I mean, he has an
Maybe.
8
I
count.
I mean, based on what we saw earlier, it's possible this is a one club opening.
I think 1 club is 10 to 14.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah. So one spade showing at least 4 spades and 8 to 9 points or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be canapé. So we get a 1 spade opener. Michael doesn't really have a way into the auction, so he just passes. South bids a no trump, not forcing. And W elects to pass. This could end the auction. 1 no. How's Declare going to do in a no trump? It looks like Declare has 4 tricks. King of hearts, ace of diamonds, and 2 clubs. I mean, probably is going to come to an extra trick somewhere.
Oh, let's see. So Westall probably. So would you consider leading the 3 of hearts on this hand rather than the 8 if you're going to lead a heart?
I could go either way. I think without a strong reason to not lead the 8, I would probably just do it.
Yeah, I think the danger is then it might look to your partner like you're leading second highest, depending on exactly what dummy looks like.
Yeah, very possible, but I think with a Smith signal that should be rectified.
So I think Declare probably is going to start by just playing maybe the 10 of clubs here.
Yeah, it's possible. Take a club finesse is a reasonable way to approach it. I mean, if Declare really wants to try and make the contract, you probably go after diamonds. If you can score 5 diamond tricks and the ace of clubs and the ace of or king of hearts, that'll be 7. But if you play on diamonds and it doesn't work,
Yeah, but you're just guaranteed to be down then, right? The opponents will have 4 hearts, 2 spades, and the king of diamonds.
oh yeah, but they might not know to cash everything, right? Like imagine West has king doubleton of spades or something. They might never play the spade suit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think like if you're trying to make the contract, which I would probably do non-vulnerable, then I would play on the diamond suit. I'm also a little suspicious about playing on clubs anyway, because it looks like even if we collect 3 club tricks, we're still going down a massive number. I have the feeling I would have played ace of diamonds diamond. Okay. I don't understand this line of play.
Yeah, it does seem. I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems like if you're getting lucky in clubs, and your best shot is probably just to hope there's a singleton king of diamonds on your left.
Right, because Olivia's basically playing for stiff jack of diamonds, but only in one player's hand.
Right.
And, oh, we have another Grosvenor possibility. This 8 of clubs. Yeah, so Olivia not falling for the same Grosvenor that Chris did the other day. Does elect to play the 9 of clubs up to the queen. Now if the defense is careful, they'll be able to cash out the rest of the tricks from here. Debbie just needs to make sure she doesn't get end played into leading diamonds away from the jack in the end position. So it looks like a system loss for the Dinkin squad.
Having to open your 8 count red white and playing in an O trump with how many combined highs did they have?
16, I think.
It seems like that's probably a little bit of a hole in the system.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have to agree. Alright, let me take a look at board 23 in the green room. They are zooming ahead.
One of the things that I always think about is like, so they're playing this weird system, and yeah, they've obviously had a great run here getting to the final, but Sam's been playing bridge a very long time. I don't think the system has really ever generated a particularly good result for him. Like at some point, are you be like, we had our fun.
Yeah, I guess I had brought up this point to Aaron the other day, and he suspected that Sam was one of the players who keeps meticulous notes about some stuff. But one of the things that I noticed, so I did play with several sponsors who really, really enjoyed system design. And the thing that they most want to see, because for a lot of these sponsored players who aren't really trying to compete for like a world championship, who, I mean, obviously they're playing in the US mixed team trials, but I don't think that this team is particularly well situated to qualify in general. They did have an amazing run, but they did finally run into a brick wall with the Rosenthal squad, who has much, much stronger players in most of their seats, and also probably a bit of a stronger sponsor. So the thing that I notice is that a lot of the sponsors who really like these systems, they just want to see their system work on one hand. It's not so much
Yeah,
about
I think that's
like,
absolutely right. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like it's this miracle that happens when they open one of their bids, their partner makes an asking bid, they show their exact hand, and then they get to six clubs, right? And the other table ends up in three no trump. Like to them, that is like watching their child come to life. And it's a really powerful thing for a lot of people. It's like this magical thing that you can do um, as a pro bridge player is help, uh, show off some of the strengths of this kind of creation that this player has come up with. So it's very possible that Sam either is aware or unaware, blissfully unaware, that his system is just hemorrhaging imps all over the place. But he still wants to play it because like he enjoys seeing the couple of times that it does work. Um,
Yeah, I guess, like you don't I feel like, if I were playing the system all the time and getting knocked out of events early all the time, at some point I would start to wonder if there was a correlation.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, it might not be so much about that for him. It could just be about like the
Yeah.
couple times it does work. Um,
Right.
so, all right. Blue Room looks like we had a contract of four diamonds in the South. Not that common to end up in four of a minor. And Chris Valenkin at the helm did end up making the over trick. Looks like either that happened because he was able to pitch two spades on the 5 round of clubs, or he guessed the diamond suit. Like maybe he led the jack of diamonds to the ace. Very possible.
Yeah, I'm taking a quick look now. No, he actually just led the ace of diamonds out of his hand rather than try to cross the dummy to take the finesse. And I guess, given that the contract was secure at that point, he probably didn't want it to go club to the king, diamond losing to the king, club rough, and go down in a hand where he was just cold.
Oh, was the contract secure? Because he could potentially lose a spade, two hearts, and a diamond. But
It was effectively secure because I think he knew from the early play. Maybe not. I think like maybe he knew the ace of hearts was on side, but actually that might not be true. So if he had lost, yeah, yeah, you know what I think it was. He may have thought that West was a guarantee to have one of the red suit high honors. So if it was the king of diamonds, you might as well cash the ace, and if it's not the king of diamonds, then the ace of hearts had to be in West hand.
okay, yeah, that's very reasonable. There's also a secondary consideration, which is that if
Maybe
you
yeah,
th-
I'm
yeah,
guessing a little bit. But
if you think your opponents could be in five diamonds the other direction, well, what's the best play for five diamonds? Obviously, that would be to take the diamond finesse and then guess the heart suit. So
Mhm.
it could be possible that Chris is just sitting here thinking,
No.
well, if five diamonds is bid, then they're going to take the diamond finesse. I have to do
No,
something to.
you don't even need to guess the heart suit then, right? You take the diamond finesse, you pitch two hearts in the clubs, and you claim.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. Well, we're about to see five diamonds because here it is. East West have found their spade fit pretty quickly, bid up to four spades. I don't think that's all that surprising. Um, and so North South have elected to either save or maybe bid five diamonds looking to make. You get the ace of spades lead. This is going to pinpoint the heart position, I think, after this high spade lead. Tough for Michael to do anything else. I think it was just going to be very difficult for him to truly declare a heart guess. But yeah, now it's all going to come down to the diamond suit. We'll declare, try and rabbi the stiff king.
I think it's going to be pretty hard to make that play.
So if West had king, queen, sixth, ace, queen, fourth in the majors, That's probably enough to bid 4 spades over 4 diamonds.
With a small singleton diamond, I think absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, but we'll see. Um, I don't really think there's any way for Michael to give away the diamond position. Like, even if he had switched to a trump here, he could, of course, be doing that from King Doubleton.
Yeah, easily.
So he just switches to a heart, which, I mean, looks like the most natural thing to do. If his partner had a heart trick to set up and a club trick, then he would need to get that going. Clara wins the king, leads the 6 of diamonds. Kind of an unusual play, but does take the diamond finesse. And that will be the end of the tricks for the defense.
So another, what is that?
That'll be
6 imps, I think, or 5 imps. 5 imps for 200.
Yeah, 5 imps for Rosenthal. All right, board 25. We might have only 6 boards to play left in the green room for this entire match, but we'll see. North opens 3 hearts. I think hyper aggressive. There are definitely players who would only open that 2 hearts despite the 7-card heart suit.
Yeah.
So 3 hearts, pass. Billy, very strong reopening double, and Tracy Bauer in the east seat, quite happy that her partner found a bid, because she was looking to penalize any number of hearts from North, probably even 1 heart.
Yeah, so East-West looked like they could make 7 clubs, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can pitch 2 spades on the ace-king of hearts. Timing is a little bit tight.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Can you do everything? Because
Yeah, double dummy you definitely can. You can pull 1 round of trumps, and now South with 1-1 in the round suits can't rough the ace-king of hearts. Right. But, I mean, in practice, I think 6 clubs would be a very reasonable contract to end up in. So, I mean, how badly is 3 hearts going to get slaughtered here? The ace of spades lead isn't, like, great news for the defense, looking at this dummy.
yeah, so it feels like you definitely want to get that deuce of trumps out of dummy, because otherwise the player might be able to rough a club.
Right, yeah, so it feels pretty natural to just play a high heart here, and then either switch to a high club or a low club. I think a low club is probably best. Well, especially now that partner has pitched the 4 of clubs. That looks fairly encouraging to me. So a low club seems indicated. Like, you don't want to blow up partner's king jack 10 5th of clubs over there, letting North score the queen
Right.
3rd.
Very true.
So we'll see what Tracy does. If she does find the low club, okay, she cashes the club ace, which, I mean, isn't going to harm anything right now. Gets a count signal from Billy, and continues another club to the jack.
I think Billy's probably going to cash the ace of diamonds now, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think
maybe
so.
not looking at that dummy, but
I think you
He
have
has to be a
to.
little-
You know that your partner has at most 1 diamond, I think.
and I think you have to be a little bit worried about Declare being able to be able to pitch a diamond on a spade and compress some tricks.
Yeah, for sure. So if we do get ace of diamonds and, say, a diamond ruff, East is going to come to 2 more natural trump tricks. That will be down 4 and 800. Still wouldn't make up for the potential club slam, or obviously club grand, that is available to East-West.
So in the other room, in the blue room, we didn't see what happened on this board 23, but apparently Tracy Bauer was in three no trump going down two, presumably by misguessing the clubs.
Right. I imagine
Which
South
kind of
probably
matches.
led a diamond.
Um, yeah, and obviously it's the natural way to play the club suit is king of clubs, ten of clubs, so it's all totally reasonable. Just a little overboard. And East
Well,
West don't really have a ton of high cards, so getting to three no trump seems like it might be a bit much.
yeah, they do have
Yeah, 14 opposite
25.
11. They got 25, yeah. Yeah.
Um, I'm I'm curious though because if South led a diamond, I wonder if Declare just hopped up with a king at trick one. The scare scenario, right? Is it's not that like, oh, we're ducking it around to the 10.
Like diamond to the jack, spade through another diamond.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of the scary situation. Is not that the opponents are going to be able to run diamonds against you if you don't win the king, but that they'll be able to set up and run spades.
Yeah, so in fact, the opening lead was the Rusino Jack of Diamonds, so now it's just mandatory to cover since you have both the 10 and 9.
Right. Okay. Three Hearts Double does go down 4 for 800 in the green room, and they're on to board 26. But Michael Rosenberg in the blue room is thinking over the three club bid. He's probably concerned because he has so much stuff in his partner's suits. Ace King of Hearts, 10 of his high card points are in hearts and clubs, that three no trump might not be the right place to play.
It's interesting because, kind of superficially, West is invited, and, you do have a super max one with all aces and kings and two tens.
Right. Yeah, but I'm wondering if he's thinking about either potentially putting it in a 4-3 heart fit, or I think more likely trying five clubs. Probably not. I mean, 4-3-3 is just such bad shape, and yeah, he does go
Yeah.
with 3 no.
Yeah, and again, like Debbie's a passed hand, so an 11 trick game opposite an invitational passed hand doesn't really seem like a super likely target to me.
Right. Okay, we do get the fourth best diamond lead from South. I didn't see the auction in the other room, but maybe Chris had a different inference and went with a high diamond. I think a low diamond is perfectly reasonable as well
Yeah,
here.
in the other room, it was just a club of heart, 1 no 3 no.
Okay. I'm surprised then that Chris slid a high diamond. I mean, he doesn't really have outside entries. Like, he has one outside entry, but I would be concerned about partner having honor doubleton. Okay, so a diamond goes around to the ace at trick 1, a diamond back to the jack at trick 2. And Declare is going to be in a bit of a similar spot as they were in the green room on this hand, where Michael Rosenberg has come to a diamond trick, but now he needs to guess what's going on.
I think there's just no play at this point, right? Even if you get the clubs right.
Well, if you get the clubs right, you have 9 tricks.
Oh, sorry, I miscounted. I forgot that the King of Diamonds was trick number 9.
Right. Yeah, so it's definitely safe to play a club to the king and run the 10 of clubs. North, who is out of diamonds, would not be able to run the diamond suit. And maybe you have some fallbacks at that point on like the hearts coming in for an extra trick. But if you really wanted to just guess who has the club queen based on no information other than the 5-2 diamond split, we could definitely see Michael run the jack of clubs here. I think that is a possible line of play.
Yeah, slightly ironically, he thinks that the club length is with North, which it isn't, but the Queen still is.
Yeah. Yeah, so I suspect. My suspicion is that Michael's going to play club to the king and run the 10. Um, I think just for the reason that I believe it is percentage for him to play the hand that way to make the contract, and Michael really likes taking his percentage plays.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously the technical play in the suit, right?
Yeah. But I also wouldn't be that surprised if. Okay, hold on. Like.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at the green room.
Yes, yes. I just noticed that South has utilized the entirety of the doubles and redoubles in his box so far. Um, so let's head over here. So East opens a club. South passes. West bids a diamond. North comes in a spade. East makes a support double, showing 3 diamonds. South redoubles to show like a Snapdragon type redouble. He has Honor Doubleton and spades and some values. Pass. And East balances with 2 diamonds. I'm a little surprised by the 2 diamond bid. I think as East I would balance 2 clubs to show my extra club length.
But your partner's responded to natural diamond, right?
Well, right, but partner can always pull the 2 diamonds. I've already showed 3, so.
Oh, the double support, of course. You're right.
So Chris selects to double 2 diamonds for values. North bids 2 spades, showing a 6 spade. Pass, double by West, presumably intended as penalties, which looks reasonable to me. Bad trump split. He has shortness in his partner's club suit. And East did not work out that the double of 2 spades was for penalty. So ran to 3 clubs, that got doubled, 3 diamonds by West, which got doubled by North. And here we are. I assume this is going down. I didn't actually look.
I mean, I think that you just don't really have enough tricks, but I mean, they can rough some spades and dummy. That's going to be probably okay for them. And they like Chris will play a diamond now. They can win. They can take a roughing, finesse, and spades.
Yeah. But I think Declare is going to be very sad when it's Billy declaring, right? Yeah, when he cashes the king of clubs and finds out that North is roughing that trick.
So meanwhile, while we were watching, Rosenberg made 3 no trump. He ran the 9 of clubs in the first round of the suit.
Yeah, very nice. I think either line of play seems quite reasonable to me. But my suspicion was that Michael was probably going to play for I guess I would call it combine your chances plan of either the club hook is with South or the hearts are coming in.
Well, the hearts come in, though. It's not enough tricks, right?
Well, it is. You have 4 clubs, 3 hearts.
4 clubs and 4 hearts. Yeah, 4 clubs and 3 or 4 hearts, right?
Yeah. Right, because if South was able to win the Queen of Clubs, then South would be able to cash enough diamonds to beat you. So it feels anti-percentage to me to run the club, but from a bridge standpoint, I think I would be very tempted to do it.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I think when you're Michael Rosenberg, you get to back your judgment.
Yep. Yeah, so he did quite well. Earned his side a nice little swing on that board. Yeah, okay, going back to the green room, this 3 diamond doubled contract, I mean, Declarer's Ace-Jack 5-4-3 spot cards are a little sad for him, because all of these roughs that he's going to be taking of the spade suit and dummy end up kind of setting up North's
winning tricks for
yeah, the diamond suit. I will note, we kind of bypassed this whole Chris won the king of spades on the first round of the suit. Very strong defense by him, and this is something that I think a lot of strong expert players are very good at, is understanding who wants to be on lead defensively and what your objective is on a hand. right? Like, of course, Chris can see that he could win the ace of hearts, right? If he just ducks the spade, his partner wins, puts a heart through. But he doesn't want to, like, just play the ace of hearts against air. He wants to use that ace of hearts to squash dummy's queen, promoting his jack 10 into an extra defensive trick. So he won the spade immediately because he realizes Declare is trying to ruff spades. I need to put diamonds on the table. I don't want partner to be the one who has to lead diamonds from her side. We want to play it from my side. And so, good play.
So, there's also one other small consideration here, which is we can see that, I guess maybe Chris has an inference that Billy's spades are pretty good because he made this penalty double, but also the really bad outcome from Chris's point of view is you play a low spade and then Declare roughs out your king when he only had like queen 10 fourth or something. Or say queen jack empty fourth or something. It goes like jack ace, and now you can rough out the king where otherwise. And then that wouldn't be the roughing finesse. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It doesn't. There's never really a spade.
There might be some. Yeah, there might be some layout where it exists. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any spade holding where it helps to win the king on the first round, and there is certainly a spade holding where it's bad to play the king. If West spades were ace jack 10 fourth, then it goes spade king ace, and then Declare gets to take a roughing finesse. But Chris kind of weights that against this concept where, as you can see, Billy Cohen has been thinking for about 5 minutes on this diamond switch. Like, right. If Amber was on lead with the ace of spades and she played a low diamond, that trick would go very quickly. Declare would just be able to win the 9 and dummy and then proceed about whatever he was doing. But, okay, so Billy elects to duck the diamond, which, I think in hindsight is fairly reasonable. He has come to this kind of realization that if he wins the ace and starts roughing spades, it's just going to promote all of North's trump tricks. So I think what he's going to end up doing is just rough the 9 of spades with one trump, pull the rest of the trumps, and then just knock out the ace of spades with the queen jack remaining. So he won't be able to take the roughing hook in spades, but...
Yeah. I think effectively he decided he didn't want to crash his own 9 of diamonds.
Right. Yep. So he's going to need to be a little careful because his entry situation is a little precarious. Like, the proper plan from him, if he reads the location of all the missing honors, and I think he should be able to, Chris, I believe, is marked with the heart ace from the auction, is he can win this in dummy, he can lead a low heart towards the king, he can then rough the 9 of spades, or take a spade roughing finesse, but something to that effect, rough one of his spade losers, and then play the king of clubs. If he lazily kind of plays the king of clubs right now to pitch his heart, then North is going to be able to rough in and pull another round of trumps.
Return the last trump, yeah.
Yeah. Oof. Well, I had mentioned that some players might open 2 hearts with the North cards. I don't hate the 3 heart opening.
Remember, this player can't because the 2 heart bid is not a weak 2 and
is hearts in a minor. Okay. Yeah. So that's perfectly reasonable. So Sam's alternative to opening 3 hearts is to pass, and I'm certain that Sam doesn't like doing that, just based on his system construction. So, ooh. Well, this is going to work out for South, bidding 4 diamonds, but I don't like the bid at all.
He also has the same inference, though, that just about every normal week 2 bid is in Sam's range for this action. So, I think like the possibility that Sam has a normal 3 heart bid is negligible because some of those would open 1 showing 8 points.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, very true. You're certainly going down on 3 hearts, and you're probably going for a large number. The only question is just, being a level higher in
Right.
maybe a slightly better trump suit, is that going to work out better for you? And Olivia has decided yes with her 4 diamond
Well,
bid.
I think to me though, the relevant consideration is not just a slightly better trump suit. It's partners trumps could be Queen Jack 9 sixth probably,
Hmm.
just because the options are going to be restricted by what's imposed on him by the system. 1 heart and 2 heart bids.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting point here is that I don't think Michael's done. And I think Michael's going to bid 5 diamonds. The longer he's spent thinking about it, okay, he does elect to pass out the double 4 diamonds, but he probably was going to be fairly tempted to bid again. You can make
Yeah, he has a beat. He has a beat in his hand, which is certainly, certainly some comfort.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I thought that he might be worried that they're making a slam.
Yeah, but I mean, he could be. But what if Debbie's diamonds were King Jack 9 fourth instead of Ace 8 6 fourth?
Well, aren't they still making a slam?
Well, that depends on what the rest of her hand looks like.
Like same hand. I mean, and that's putting Debbie on
Right,
what,
same hand,
this-
yes, but,
yeah.
but she doesn't have to have King Queen Jack 6 of clubs either.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could have 5 diamonds for all he knows. That wouldn't be, at all out of the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like with the opponents are doing something weird, and you can go plus, and don't know where you're going. Going plus is pretty attractive to me.
Yep. Well, I think
So-
this is going to earn Olivia some imps. I haven't really figured out how many yet.
I mean, she's certainly going to take 6 diamonds and 1 spade, so she's already doing better than down 4.
Yeah. Yeah, the other consideration, I guess, for the balancing 4 diamond bid is that the opponents do happen to be cold for a grand in clubs.
Right.
So this easily could have balanced them back into it. But
Yeah. It's true.
well, okay,
Definitely.
after this ace of diamonds switch, Debbie's just going to continue a diamond, and Olivia will end up
Yeah.
taking, presumably,
Yeah.
6 diamonds and just 1 spade, although Michael has some discards to make. He can afford a couple more hearts and probably 1 club.
Yeah, so I think she'll play a spade now. And I think, obviously if they're careful, they can stop her from taking 2 spade tricks.
Right, yeah, a spade to the jack, so if Michael started with queen third of spades, she would be able to pick up that holding for 2 tricks. Nope.
Yeah, so it looks like she's actually just electing to force the spades out of her hand, which I think is fine too.
Well, she's given up a trick this way, but yes.
She's given up a trick this way. I'm not sure why.
Well, if Michael started with queen third of spades, right?
Yeah, but then wouldn't Debbie have 4 spades and she still wouldn't be able to take an extra spade trick?
No, but spade to the jack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Spade to the jack, and then the queen just falls on air. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe a small miss. It did not cost this time. And yeah, I mean, Michael comes under a little bit of pressure. Okay, this feels weird not pulling the last trump.
Not throwing the last trump. Yeah, agreed.
But
I mean, it's probably fine, but it does seem a little odd.
mhm.
I'm not sure it is fine, actually. Right? Can it go ace of hearts, Debbie pitches a spade, ace of spade, spade?
Yes, but
Maybe that
then
doesn't even matter.
I mean,
I
okay,
guess it doesn't even matter. Yeah.
yeah. Then Declara does get her extra spade trick. So,
Right. Yeah.
All right, but now the defense will be fairly straightforward for Michael. He now knows Declare's out of clubs, so he can just safely pitch all of his clubs if Declare starts playing diamonds at him. So 4 diamonds doubled down 3 minus 500 is going to earn Dinkin a few imps back. That'll be 7 or 8. 7? 7 for 300, I think.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 8 starts at 320.
Yep.
Or maybe 310, I don't know.
Yeah. So Michael's going to need to be a little careful about what he does defensively, but yeah. Now
Yeah, I
he'll
think
be
the
able
Ace of Clubs was a sensible pitch to kind of guaranteeing that everything is unblocked just in case it mattered.
Yeah, and now he'll be able to get out the King of Hearts.
8 total strikes for Declare. That doesn't seem right. It looks like Olivia just forgot something about one of the spots.
Yeah, that seems very likely. But hopefully they will realize what's happening.
Yeah.
PJF
they
says,
can't stop her from taking 2 tricks.
Yeah, PJF says 3 diamonds doubled down 1, which appears to be incorrect. 3 diamonds doubled down 2. So yeah, that hand does wrap up. Board 26. And we'll see how that plays out in the blue room.
It looks like the blue room also is in a little time trouble here with 38 minutes to play 5 hands.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder who's been slow. I haven't been keeping tabs on what's going on. Maybe Michael.
I think it's been a little bit of everyone, actually.
Okay.
Like, Rosenberg is the usual culprit, but it just kind of feels like the pace of play in this room generally has been fairly deliberate.
Sure. Alright, so East passes in first seat. Hyper-conservative. Get him off the team. We don't want to see Michael passing hands like this.
Yeah, red, singleton, spade. Not a great opening bid regardless. I don't know. Like,
Sure.
yeah, of course I would open, but I see why. I see why he would choose not to.
Yeah. So, club diamond overcall. North will show his spade suit. I'm keeping an eye on the green room because we might have another double part score. Although I suppose I expect East to bid over this double.
Yeah. I guess it's probably going to be 3 diamonds. Yeah, but she does.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Back to the blue room where we're waiting for Sam to realize that he actually has spades. And I don't think he has missorted his hand because it's on a tablet and the hand is sorted for him.
Yeah, they just play transfers here, so that's what he's done.
Well, they play something here. I don't know how you show hearts.
Possibly double, because this says that 1 heart showed 4 more spades.
Right. Okay, so
I would guess doubling 1 diamond is how you show hearts.
yeah, I have to imagine based on the long tank that Sam was thinking about preempting with his hand, so that must mean that something like 2 spades would be preemptive. Not that unreasonable, opposite like 10 to 14 artificial.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, treat it as a part score hand and kind of get immediately to the level you think it's probably right to be at regardless.
Right. But so he lets
It is possible that that's not in his system's arsenal.
Yeah, so what are we going to see Michael do? I mean, a 1 spade cubid makes a ton of sense to me. Maybe they have something a bit more exquisite available. Okay, he bids 2 clubs, which is typoed as limit raise plus and diamonds.
Yeah.
I wonder what 1 spade by him would be then. Natural? Maybe it's natural.
Yeah, or it's possible also that everything's a transfer and one spade would be a one no trump bid and one no would be a club bid.
Okay. Well, I mean, he can't have a better passed hand. His partner bid diamonds. He has a fit for that suit. 11 count singleton in the opponent's spades. So I can't imagine Michael's giving up, even if three clubs passes back around to him. Although, I mean,
around to him, he's going to give up because he'll be happy just to be defending.
Yeah, but is he going to give up with the red card or not?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, I mean, South has been three clubs, North has passed, and we'll see what Michael elects to do. I think you have to double. There's just too much a chance that your side is actually making a game that
Yeah.
I think you have to. Okay, he passes. PJF says three clubs doubled makes.
Well, and also there's a question of, are we 100% sure that if we make this double, we get to defend three clubs doubled? Like, is partner going to be completely confident that we're not just, making a card showing double? Maybe as a past hand.
I mean, I'm kind of
that's
fine
what it
with
should
that,
be, but
right?
it's a little scary, yeah.
Like, I don't want to be plus 100. I don't think that's going to be the right result. Like, three diamonds surely makes our way, right?
Yeah, but it's imps. I don't mind being plus 100. Like, being plus 200 would be bad. Being plus 100, I don't really care.
Right, but like, if we just have plus 110 our way, I would rather double, and if partner pulls to three diamonds, it's like, that's fine. I think three diamonds makes, but it went down two doubled at the other table. Okay, that's a fair point. Yeah. But from Michael's perspective, right? I mean, partner overcalled vulnerable, and we have just this monster of a hand with understandably only 3-card diamond support. But I guess our hand has just continued to get worse as the auction proceeded after the one spade bid.
Absolutely.
But still,
Meanwhile, the time pressure in the blue room is not getting any better with a 6-minute auction to trick one.
Right. Yeah. So I think the defense has been fairly ineffective so far against three clubs. I mean, Debbie, unfortunately for her, elected to lead the Queen of Spades, Queen Jack 9. Not that unreasonable to do so, but that has set up a finesse in that suit.
Yeah, although if Declare takes that finesse, East can rough it, right?
Yeah, East has been allotted a natural club trick anyway because of the way Olivia has played the suit. I'm a little surprised why she wouldn't just play a club to the 9. Like, normally you would do this if you're worried that they might duck and let you win the 9 of clubs, but I think that's just good for Declare. Then you have an extra entry to take this heart finesse that you need. So, I mean,
This
Michael
card may be a
feeling a
little
bit
tougher.
unplayed.
This card may be a little tough for Debbie to read also.
Well, Michael showed diamond support.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the auction. You're right.
So yeah, the 10 of diamonds back to the ace. The spade comes through. Michael does get to rough this trick.
Right, and now we can play a heart, and he'll... And I guess we'll only get... They can't promote a second trump trick anyway.
Right, so East-West will get at least 2 hearts and a club from here.
Right. And it doesn't look to me like there's any way to get another trick, but...
Well,
certainly I've been proven wrong.
I mean, if Michael just goes ace of clubs club, they might score 3 hearts. I think Declare will be fine if she just pulls all the trumps and goes Ace of Hearts Heart, because the opponent's hearts, or Ace of Hearts Jack of Hearts, I guess, because either the opponents will have to lead to one of Dummy's winners, or they'll have to set up the Ten of Hearts. But yeah, Michael's probably trying to figure out, he should have a good sense of what South's shape is. South started with a known stiff diamond. South started with a known 6-card club suit. South started with a known doubleton spade, I expect, because otherwise South probably wouldn't have been 3 clubs. She might have tried to find a way to show 3-card spade support.
Mm-hmm.
So Michael can be fairly convinced that South has 4 hearts, and now he's just trying to come up with the best way to ensure that he gets all of the heart tricks for his side.
And I think when he played a club there, he was probably a little bit puzzled by that, high club with a 9 and dummy. Like, he must think that Debbie had one of the clubs between the queen and 9 for Olivia's play to make sense.
Yeah, although, you get different signals from the auction and the play, right? So Olivia's line of play doesn't make any sense unless Debbie has an extra club. But auction-wise, is she really bidding a 5-card suit at the 3 level? Probably not.
It's probably not, but it's possible that she somehow forgot what 1 heart meant, or they had some confusion because of the weird system. I feel like that's a spot where I would trust the play more than the auction if I had to decide that one of them was strange. So meanwhile, it looks like she's gonna get an extra. No, never mind.
Yeah. So down 2. Another fairly large swing going in the way of Rosenthal on this board, where they did get to 3 diamonds in the other room, and that did not work out so well.
Yeah, so they got a fairly sizable plus. And here, not doubling 3 clubs only cost 2 imps.
Right. Yep. Very true. So that could be an argument for not going after it if you think that the opponents on your cards might have a bit of an implosion on their hands. Might be a little difficult to know in that spot.
Right. But if you think your own contract is going down, which it was, that,
Oh, absolutely. I guess you and I must have different opinions on this. From Michael's perspective, I would have been very happy to play 3 diamonds, kind of expecting that it would be nearly cold. And
as would I, but
okay.
Yeah.
But I guess Michael was right. 3 diamonds had very little play. The hands just were not fitting particularly great for his side. So board 27 looks like this kind of tame-ish big heart fit that North-South have found, but once East overcalls his strong no trump, West is going to get involved in the auction with her 10 count, forced to game, or maybe we'll see 2 hearts get doubled and have that go all pass. Now Debbie just elects to bid Stamen with 3 hearts, and Michael will bid 3 no. So let's head over to the green room to see what's going on in the last couple of boards. East-West have ended up in 4 spades. Looks like a pretty normal position to be in. West has a long, strong spade suit.
Yes, with the king of spades, doubleton on side. They're not going to have too much trouble here.
Yeah, so Billy's in the tank about what to do. I didn't see the early play, but he's lost 2 tricks. But he can just... he can just win the ace of hearts, ruff a diamond, and go ace of spades, spade. I don't know what he's thinking about.
I think, maybe... And North-South never did any bidding. I guess maybe he's a little worried that if he wins this heart, does that, then they can get a heart ruff. But I think if that's what's going on, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's concerned about South having king fourth of trumps.
Right.
Like, you could win the king of hearts and dummy, take a trump finesse, play a club to the ace, take a trump finesse, and then go ace of spades, ace of hearts, club to dummy, heart pitching a diamond as South roughs in. But it's like, I don't understand why you would do all of that when you just have a very simple line against 3-2 spades and something could go wrong. Yeah, okay, so he's figured it out that just do something normal. Diamond rough, spade to the ace is the safety play. You pick up stiff king of spades offside. So we'll probably see that. Or not. We will see him take a spade finesse. A little risky to do so. But maybe he knew based on the auction or the early play that singleton king and north was not possible. So he ends up with an overtrick. PJF says on 28 there was a very simple 4-heart contract which sails down 1 east-west. Looks like both the heart and club finesses are offside. Spade finesse is working. But with mirror distribution, there's nothing Declare can do.
Yeah, it does look a little, like if they could see each other's hands, they probably wouldn't want to be there, but the auction is pretty normal.
Right, yeah, because you're always going to have a club loser. So it's not really that you need 2 of 3 finesses, which is a great game to be in at imps. That's 50% to make. This one you need 2 of 2 finesses. You need both the heart hook and the spade hook, as well as the trumps to split well. So 4 hearts, not a great spot, but they end up there nonetheless. I mean, hard to avoid when East opens a no trump. Just the queen of diamonds doubleton, jack of diamonds doubleton facing each other is not ideal. But okay, let's look at the green room while Michael spends a while taking his finesses and ends up going down 1. Last board, potentially, for the 4 players in the green room in this match. We will have to see if a concession is made either before or after dinner. 1 no trump in the east. And Declarer
now coming up on that magic 200 in margin. I'd be very surprised if there's any more bridge to play after these 2 boards.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yep. Well, I think Declare is going to make a no trump. They've collected a diamond trick. They have 2 more club tricks. They have 2 spade tricks. What is Declare doing? Why not just set up a heart? So if Declare had taken 3 clubs, a heart, 2 spades, and a diamond, isn't that 7? 3 clubs.
Sorry, I wasn't watching the play in that room at all.
2 spades, and a diamond. That feels like 7 to me. Playing that spade seems crazy. I guess it doesn't cost. You can duck the spade and then play a heart. Because South was only ever going to be able to take 4 diamonds and the ace of hearts along with the spade, but still, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure that East had a really, really good reason for ducking a spade. And there she goes. Now a heart to the king. Chris, at this point, can't avoid the deception any longer, so he just has to cash the diamond suit. And Declara will end up with her 7 tricks. So in the blue room, we do see the push.
Going to be high after this. Yeah.
4 hearts going down 1. And we'll see how they navigate this east-west auction to 4 spades. Looks like the contract they'll end up in, but they do have to find their fits first. So a heart, a spade. Michael will rebid 2 clubs, I expect. I
Yeah,
suppose some
probably.
people might rebid a no trump with that hand, but he bids 2 clubs. Let me pull up single table view and rearrange the screen a little bit while I do that. I guess I could stay in the bottom right. There we go. So heart of spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 4th suit game forcing. Michael will presumably rebid 2 no to show his shape. No, he rebids 2 spades, which is interesting. This might indicate that it shows specifically a doubleton, because Michael with 3, 5, 1, 4 shape would rebid 2 spades over 1 spade.
Yeah, possibly, or he may have just decided that he didn't want to bid to no trump given that he has no diamond stopper. Like, there was no alert of 2 spades, which suggests to me that he just lied about his spade length.
Yeah, it's weird to do it if you're not going to be raising on 3 very frequently, but I suspect that he probably does raise on 3 quite often here.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah,
get a
nonetheless,
heart lead.
I think if 2 spades showed a doubleton, it would be alertable.
Really?
I think so, because it's just so out of the blue and unexpected.
Huh. Okay.
It would be wrong, but I think if you weren't alerted and it turned out that's just what they do, like, wouldn't you feel like you were owed the information?
I mean, not really. I think if I was on opening lead, I would ask. And if dummy came down with 2, I would ask. Well, this contract made fairly quickly.
Yeah, with everything working, it's going to make an overcheck.
Yep. Almost everything working. The hearts don't split.
Right.
But, yeah, declare in this room, not able to rough a diamond as Billy Cohen had done in the other room, so he just has to settle for the spade finesse, which worked.
And this table has caught up after being pretty slow through the first dozen boards of the set.
Yeah, they probably are looking at their clocks and realizing that they have some catch-up work to do. But final board of the segment, and possibly of the match, our expectation is that Rosenthal will be victorious either immediately after this or potentially after the teams head out to dinner and reconvene in the evening.
Yeah, I think at this point, Dinkin's best strategy is to come back after the break and hope several of the Rosenthal players got hit by a bus.
Yeah.
I think at this point, there is no chance they're going to win back 185 imps and 30 boards.
Right. I am looking at the website and wow, nothing is updated on the USBF website. It is just they don't even have a winner for Rosenthal versus Millens. Okay, so that's not a useful link to click. Let me look at results. Because we're on 30-minute delay, it's very possible that they already have results posted.
Sure, I guess it's actually possible that this match is already over.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I don't see anything yet. Well, alright, last board of the set. We get to the same one, no trump contract. Looks like South chose a bit of a different opening lead. than we saw at the other table. South, despite the one diamond opener, electing to just lead her own diamond suit. And I mean, that's going to work out well for the defense, because at the other table, the 10 doubleton of clubs lead opened up the club suit for Declare. But that
so actually,
spades, what?
Oh, so I did just go onto the USBF site, and it's not on the bracket, but it is under the mixed USBC final results. And according to this, Dinkin has not yet withdrawn.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that too. So I was going to assume that was a nothing. But in terms of the play so far, that 8 of spades is going to be a pretty big card for Declare. Declare will be able to now play a spade to the king and then hook the 8 on the way back if he so chooses, which is going to be fairly important to do so. He's got to make some discards from both his hand and the dummy. He pitches a heart from the dummy. I think quite reasonably so, pitching that heart, because he doesn't believe that it's going to be a worthwhile threat card. It would have been against South, but not necessarily against North. So he now plays a club to the ace. The king of clubs has not showed up. But North was forced to part with one of his spades, and now Declare has the rest for 7 tricks. Both the ace and 8 of spades are good, not even needing that spade finesse. No swing. 185 imps separate these two teams. And
I believe
we are on break.
Rosenthal has 1 imps in every segment. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, Rosenthal has won significant imps in every segment. Even in this 6th segment, where they started off losing quite a few. I mean, the 3 hearts doubled hand, where they went for 1100 in the one room, and then 4 spades doubled, where Michael and Debbie just never really found their heart fit at the right level, and the opponents bid and made 6 hearts in the other room. But then things kind of went downhill on the very next board, board 20. That was the one where in the one room, Olivia elected to double the opponents in 3 spades, and I think you and I had suggested that this probably wasn't a winning imp action for most of for a lot of the reasons that we had mentioned, but additionally her side then failed to defeat 3 spades, and the other room ended up bidding to 4 spades, getting a bit more friendly defense, being in a position to make it, but then went down. So some card play mistakes, both offensively and defensively, for the Dinkin squad is where their downfall began in this segment. Then we see, they lost 8, then 5, then 13, and eventually another 12.
Quick comment, by the way, on the USBF stream, Tracy Bauer says, yes, we're definitely continuing to play. We want the learning experience.
Okay. So then we will be back in the evening. And I think that's...
Yeah, given that there's no fatigue issue, it's not insulting to continue on.
Right, and this is a bit of a touchy subject. I think I've mentioned this a few times before, where it's like, you can say that it's impolite to not concede a match if you're down by an awful lot, say in the semifinals. But it's a little unfair to the teams on the other side of the bracket if you give your opponents the evening off and they have to play a full match in the evening. So there's, I don't know if ethical considerations is where I would put it, but...
I actually feel pretty strongly that it's never wrong to wish to play. Your opponents can never be mad that you choose to continue playing the match you're playing.
Yeah, I think I support you on that point. So I come from a chess background, and chess, at least back when I used to play, I know nowadays it's become a bit less formal with all of the Twitch streams and and whatnot, and commentators and YouTube videos and all of the chess content out there. But it used to be that it was just like incredibly rude to continue playing if you were in a completely lost position, at least at a high level of the game. And so it was like very insulting to your opponent if you did that, and people would like get into fights over it. And similarly, you know, there's like all of these unwritten rules about like when you are and are not allowed to offer a draw in a game, and all of those sorts of things for high level chess. So I think some of my mentality is carried over from that, where I have some sympathy for the idea that like,
Sorry, I'm getting a phone call by someone who's called me a bunch of times, and I told him that I'm busy streaming, and he's calling me anyway, so I'm going to go deal with
Okay.
this. I'll see you back here.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, and so so I think my mindset is that I sympathize with people who say, objectively, if you are completely lost and have no chance to win the game, then you should concede to, you know, be like polite to your opposition. But of course, from like a gamesmanship standpoint, you can make the argument, well, we always have a chance to win unless it's mathematically impossible, right? And that's 24 imps a board over 60 boards. They aren't down 1,200 imps. I guess it's more than that, like 1,500. They aren't down 1,500 imps, so of course they don't have to concede. But anyway,
I'd be even more extreme than that. If I was somehow down 1,500 imps, you know, it's not exactly I paid my entry fee, but I came here to play a match that I will learn from. I wish to play the match. Shut up and play the match.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's totally fine to have either attitude, and as Ewan said, like, you shouldn't be upset about this, but there are people who are like set in the old ways of like, this is supposed to be a gentleman's sport, and you know, certain unwritten rules are therefore gentlemanly. But anyway, I've rambled on about that long enough. So it looks like we will have a fourth quarter of play, which is good news for everyone. I was thinking I might have the evening off, but I do not, which is also fine. That means I will be back here in about an hour and a half to play through. You know what? Oh, you know what I should do? Hold on. Before I leave, I'm going to finish up this this Zenith that I ended up playing in or committing to, where Craig had challenged me to open a no trump on every hand. So I will do that. Let's see, I can get rid of this for now, and I can probably jump off of Discord, so I guess I'm going to do that and finish up. Let's see, how many boards do I have to play? I have we had finished 5 boards. Okay. Oh boy. Well, this is going to be an exciting 1-no opener. Okay, I'm going to leave the Discord call, but I will stay streaming. So, this can't be good news for our side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is West going to lead an ace? They do. Wow, we're actually kind of close to making this. Was I supposed to unblock that trick? I think the answer is no. Club switch. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Oh boy. I feel like I should just concede. There's no way I score more than 0% of the match points on this hand. Alright, let's check for a stiff king of hearts, and then I will just claim the rest of my tricks. So 3 tricks, down 5. Minus 1100. Tough hand, tough hand. I mean, I don't think there was anything we could do system-wise. This is the benefits, or, you know, faults of playing a fairly weak system. 1-no pass, double. Uh-oh. Time to run. Uh-oh. Partner, not like this. We are in a 4-1 spades. Oh my god! The opponents have found their spade fit on this auction. Okay. We might be in the normal contract, just on a bit of an unusual... What? What is 4 spades? 4 spades is unbelievable. I know my partner has 4 of them. How did West bid 4 spades with a 3-card suit? Oh man, this is crazy. Long thought from our partner over the 9 of clubs. Plays the 10. Nine of hearts. Yeah. I think I'm playing low. West might have like queen doubleton or queen third. Yeah, there we go. Now my partner's in the tank once again. Club? Spade. Fine. Yup. 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 I feel like I'm getting this trick and that's it. I mean, if I want to beat this, I should lead a low diamond right now, yeah? If partner has the diamond king and 4 spades. Well, if partner has 4 spades, they're always down. I can just cash my red aces. But diamond to the king, diamond tapping dummy. No, let's just do this. Okay. Down 1. We did it. Way to go, us. Yeah, what is West doing? West bid 4... What was this auction? West bid 4 spades with queen third. This is unbelievable. Also, what was partner doing? 2 spades. That's incredible. A diamond pass a spade. I guess I will pass. Amazing. So we lead a club. That didn't work. Spade to the king, another club, and another club, and a diamond. 9 of diamonds, huh? Ooh. The diamond suit is just coming home. We've preserved that 3 of spades entry. I mean, partner could have doubled 5 hearts if they wanted a heart lead. Okay. Well, sorry, pard. Too bad. Too bad. You know, if partner didn't cover the jack of diamonds with a queen, we also would have gotten our heart trick, because Declarer would have been too scared to risk pitching and losing to my queen of diamonds and then for me to cash the heart ace. This is just one of those examples where the robots give up when they know double dummy. Declarer will be able to make their contract. Alright, I said I was responding 2 diamonds to every statement inquiry. Do I have a no trump opener? I do, barely. Spade lead. Oh, how did we miss our heart pip? Shouldn't one of us been able to show our 4-card major? Queen? Easy. Easy. Okay, this is going well. I guess I will play the hearts in the normal manner. Low to the 8. If it lost to an honor, I could then lead the jack on the next round. Hello? Long tank by East. Did East have ace queen third? Oh my god. Okay. 8 of spades to the 2. There's a lot of lag. Oh no, West has figured out that I don't have a negative response to Stamen anymore. Ah, spades were 5-3. Too bad. At least we made 2-0. I guess 3 hearts would have been a better spot. We end up losing a spade, 2 hearts, and a diamond. Yeah, the 5-1 diamond split means that East will never be able to collect 2 diamond tricks. Diamond opener, I'm off the hook. A diamond, a heart, 3 clubs, 3 hearts, 3 now. Tempting to lead clubs. This shows very short hearts. Alright, let's lead a club. 10, 6, 5. Okay. I think now I do want to cut communications. So let's play heart. Clara runs the 9 of diamonds. Amazing. Spade to the ace, king of clubs. Yup. Yup. Guess I can pitch this. Wow. Wow! Nice spade stopper, buddy. Man, running that 10 of diamonds was quite the play. Do they have a better spot somewhere? Like, aren't they making some sort of slam? They're pretty close to being cold for 7 diamonds. They played in 3 no. Alright. Oh, right. 1 no trump. Almost forgot. Stamen, I don't have any major suits. 3 no. Okay, okay. Not bad. Hopefully we didn't miss major suit fit. There's no way partner has a 4-card major on this auction, right? How's my set going? You know, other than minus... Oh, an error has occurred. Other than minus 1100, I don't think it's been terrible. 2 no down 2 was pretty bad. 3 no down 1 is pretty bad. Oh, this is the one that I could have made. We got a spade opening lead. Interesting. Yeah, a spade to the jack. I mean, East has all of the spade honors, right? Heart switch. Gotta play low. I have what appears to be at least 4 tricks. Looks like I can set up a heart. Oh, we're gonna get 2 hearts, right? Because Wes thinks we don't have a 4-card heart suit. Guess I'll pitch a diamond for now. Lead a spade. Wes just led a singleton spade. What are they doing? So ace king clubs, see if anyone gets squeezed on this 9 of hearts. Feels unlikely, I think I'm gonna be going down 2. But maybe these diamonds are all good. I don't think so. There's no way, right? Down 2. Nothing to be done. 1 club, 2 clubs. Oh, kind of weird. Wait. 2 diamonds is natural non-forcing, and 2 spades is natural with diamonds. Isn't this the same bid? How do you force with diamonds? I was tempted by 2 hearts, which it looks just like a pretty reasonable choice. 4 hearts, 5 clubs. That is a big bid by my partner. Unfortunately, the 4 heart bid might have pushed him into it, so I think we just have to pass. That was a really big bid with a hand that looks like that. Ace of diamonds lead. Heart switch. Oh. This is just gonna go diamond rough. I mean, they have a natural diamond trick anyway. Ooh, it doesn't. So we made our contract. Hooray. 600. 1 club. Once again, I'm off the hook for a no trump opener. Spade. Heart support, 2 spades. I don't know, tempted by 3 hearts, just competing. Pass, 3 spades. I feel like I should be going after this. Partner showed a limit raise. I have short clubs, so I can probably get a ruff. Alright, let's do it. Partner leads the king of diamonds. Well, it's not bad news for our side. Unfortunately, this is going to mean that we're going to need partner to have some good clubs. Or maybe like jack doubleton of spades or something, because the spade hook is going the opposite direction of what I had hoped. It's possible partner has a club trick. 6 of hearts. Oh no. Did we have a 9-card heart fit? Oh, that's real bad. Long tank from Declare. No, partner, I don't want to be on lead. I did this specifically so that I would no longer be on lead. I'm going to play another diamond. Ace of clubs. Yep. King of clubs? No. Now we play a spade. Spade to the ace. Hey, partner did have the jack. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be good enough. We're going to need partner to have a club trick. And it's starting to sound like that's just not happening. Did we do it? I can't tell. Partner's pitching clubs. Hey! Way to go, Pard. Down 2 even. Declare has kind of mistimed something maybe. But plus 500, we'll take it. Maybe I was supposed to double 2 spades. I mean, Declare could always run the queen of spades and pick up the trump suit that way. Pass by East. We set a no trump. 2 clubs, transfer to spades. Okay, I have... See, the thing is, maybe I should pass, but I have spades. So that's good news. Partner bids 3 diamonds. I'm going to jump to 4 spades, showing no extras. Partner's game forcing, so we're forced to get this high. Oh no. This is why we should pass 2 hearts. Well... I'm a little worried that if I bid 5 diamonds, partner might think I have 4. Oh god. Oh god. Here we are. King of clubs lead. Okay. We have at least 2 losers. We're absolutely losing a heart in addition to this club. That's not good news. Partner actually thought we had a legitimate hand. I mean, they have 18 and they're just like, oh, we're only off 1 key card. What's the problem? Oh boy. Alright, I will pull the last trump. Let's give them their heart ruff, or their heart trick. Partner's sitting over there as dummy being like, what is this guy doing? Why did he give up the heart to the king? He could just run the rest of the tricks. Wow, down 1. That's a shame. No way to really put the brakes on after our forced 1-no opener. Okay, 1-no trump. This is not a bad hand for it, actually. Ooh, partner transfers to spades. This I'm excited about. Double? What? I have seen some of the most ridiculous auctions in this set of all time. West couldn't act over a no trump. East couldn't act over 2 hearts. And now they're in 3 now. Okay. You got me. What should I lead? East has long spades. I'm tempted by a club. If East has like ace doubleton of clubs, I might be able to set it up with my 2 entries. Let's give it a try. Or if West has ace doubleton of clubs. This is a little unexpected, given the takeout double of spades. Diamond to the 8. Interesting. Please play a club. No! Why can't we just play clubs? Maybe partner only had 1 club. No, of course not. Of course not. It's still going to be difficult for East to take more than 2 spade tricks from here. Yeah, there's the king of spades and there's the queen of spades, but we know partner started with 5 of them, so we have the rest. Partner even had 3 clubs and couldn't stand returning my suit. That's so crazy. Plus 100, I mean, we'll take it. Maybe I was supposed to double that? I didn't think we were making anything, though. Board 16, last board, a diamond, a heart. I guess I pass. Wow, that passed out? That's probably not good news for us. Oh, yuck. Queen of diamonds. Now we have to decide if partner has the spade king or not. That's too hard. That's just way too tough. I guess I'll pitch a club. And we obviously don't get super reference signals from our partner on these tricks. Let's go ace of spades. Spade to the king. Diamond throwing a spade. What? You could have just cashed the... whatever. It's fine. We're here now. So partner has ace queen, king jack. Like, I could switch to the 10 of clubs. That might do the trick. East is 3-5, 2-3. Yeah, so the 10 of clubs will work if partner has king 8 or king 9 doubleton. It'll work if partner has ace doubleton. It's not going to work in that scenario where East has ace king third, but there wasn't a whole lot I could do about that. Oh my god. Wait a second. Partner's roughing this club. No? What did I miss? Why didn't declare just like pull trumps from the top? What? I feel like I missed something on this hand. Yeah, East overcalled a 4-card heart suit. Right, yeah, that's what I thought had happened. Oh my god. What are they doing? That's so crazy. So I could have just switched to a heart away from my small empty hearts. Collected an extra trick defensively. We got a 42.